All right, I'm going to stream some matches. So anyways, I went quick O2 drop. I had an unfortunate mishap where I registered Storm, but I did not get my Words of Wisdom into the deck list for a silly reason. So anyways, we are just going to stream and show off the challenge if my Magic Online will let me view matches. Okay. Okay, Artie is on Grotog, no doubt. Francisco is playing green-white Terravor Oath situation, no doubt. This is an unreal sphere resistance. If Artie cut the dazes, then this match is super over. Love to see it. Yeah. I see. I don't. Some people know how Magic Online works, and Adam Sitsis, what's up, man? I have not seen you out in these streets. You got to come back to us. I'm sure life is getting in the way, no doubt. But I don't know. That's no excuse in my book. You just gotta be committed to the pre-modern hustle. Pre-modern is love. Pre-modern is life. Sweet. I'll take that as a promise. All right. We are disenchanting one sphere of resistance, and the second sphere of resistance behind is just bullshit. If we have a second disenchant, that's great for Artie, but he's going to cast a 2-mana portent here, I'm sure. That's just me disgusting. So, oh no. 1-mana Gush is the worst. You can't do anything with 1-mana Gush. You can't do anything with 1-mana Mox Diamond. Oh no. Artie, you can't cast Gush. There's a sphere of resistance in play. There's a Rishon port in play. You're never going to cast anything for the rest of the game. Okay. Well, he's digging his heels in for the long run. But this sphere of resistance is crazy. Artie in the tank. Artie plays an island that we knew about. Oh my god. Fran. He's already dead. Oh, this is disgusting. Portent for 3 mana? Psychotog for 5 mana? Gush for 2 mana? Oh, the humanity. 3 mana opt. Does he have a second island? Surely he has a second island. He didn't just pitch the island to Gush. No, Artie, why? Don't cast Mox Diamond. He needed the color, but the Mox Diamond can get naturalized. I mean, island can get ported, right? But this game is just so over. This Call the Herd or at least it's just a 3/3. This is just so bad. This is so bad. And the green-white version is better than the green-red version against Grotog specifically because Grotog doesn't like Swords to Plowshares. Like, you can deal with like Pyroclasm Earthquake, but Swords to Plowshares is just a giant pain in the ass. Although you do, of course, have Meddling Mage for those. But like, you know, Fran can just throw a Naturalize on this Mox Diamond for 4 mana and this game is over. But yeah, that was a little gross. Who won match 1? Did they both win match 1? No, it looks like this is a loser's game. Well, it's a loser's game and this game's over, so we're gonna hop games, I think. Okay, so is this a winner's game? No. I'm gonna find some. Okay, I'll keep this up on screen while I look for a winner's game. Okay. This is just so disgusting. We did stick a Swords of Plowshares on whatever. Oh, we took a peek. This is just look though, so it doesn't show the spectators. Super rude and unfair. Okay, did Fur win? No. Did Bazaar win? Did Paulmaster win? Paulmaster or Phil? Okay, Paulmaster isn't the winner, so let's get into the winners. This will be our backup match. All right, Phil on Classic Rock. Paulmaster is playing Replenish. This game is over. The Tide combo has been executed. This Replenish is going to win the game. It is strictly value Replenish. There's no Opalescence in the mix, but it is a Plague Wind. Yeah, I mean, Rock is pretty bad here. Rock is dead if there's an Opalescence in the span of a few turns. Extremely impossible matchup for the Rock. Oh yeah, Wars of Worship does not work on Magic Online. Giant pain in the ass. Hate to see it. Oh, this is Survival Rock? Ooh. Okay, so if I am Paulmaster, I don't think, yeah, I'm just going to let my Parallax Tide go down to 2 counters and then just seal the Tide at some point. 6 cards in hand, like I just can't imagine anything wrong happens here. 2 mint, let's spin it. We're just looking for Opalescence, right? So no soul lands on side, but we do run them. 4 lands, so we're a little flooded. And then we're just gonna play another Tide. Okay. Reasonable. No, so I would wave the I would tide the swamp with this one, let it die, and then when everything comes back, this Tide is ready to get sealed. But this does keep the swamp off the board, whatever. You gotta admire the heart from Phil here, staying in it, even though it's extremely unlikely for him to win the game from this spot. But stranger things have happened. Waves are down to 2, so there's only 1 more turn to find the Opalescence. So you can try to find on this turn or next turn. But otherwise, then we're looking for Opalescence and Replenish. Given the way that Paulmaster is playing, it's possible that the Replenish is just getting sandbagged. Yep, there it is. GG's. Okay, I don't know what game that was, but let's see if we can hop to... There's Charlie and Loki in the winner's bracket. Yes, they are. All right, we have classic Oath, Replenish, with Call the Herd, and this is the blue splash version. So this is Landy Hoth or Dom Oath. Oath of Druids here is about to poop out a gigantic Terror of War. A Parish looks like it's taken care of Call the Herd tokens, so kind of equal, kind of even. Therapy. What do we name here? Replenish. After this oath activation, replenishes the scariest card. Yep. So goblins has no chance, don't get me wrong, but they have a chance. So their last card is a threaten. This game's over, except for that we'll just wave out our own Terravore. So yeah. So really sweet that Bearded Loki is playing Landy Hoth. I probably should have registered Landy Hoth. Instead I registered Storm and ran into a Guy's Blessing. And I didn't even bother today with having Guy's Blessing hate in my deck because, you know, cowards. Would I tap White Source? I would tap White Source because double white threatens Opalescence. Oh, but we know their hand. What could possibly win from this spot for goblins? Threaten doesn't even win. Must be like threaten into threaten. No, threaten doesn't even win because of the parallax wave. Oh, Wasteland's not bad. Threaten. Edicts. Edicts just means the next one. Like, let's just wave this, and then next turn we'll start the turn with 2 Terravores that are huge. And then it's GG. This port is going to keep us off replenish. This game has certainly reached its conclusion. Let's clean up my desktop a little. Can't be leaking details to the world. Okay, it's fine. We are getting Discord pings. Did we let this die? No, we're going to put it behind. Just stack our triggers correctly next turn. We don't have enough lands. Okay, this is full on Landy Hoth, so I'm going to be watching a lot of Bearded Loki through this tournament. I think this is the deck that I want to highlight and check out a lot of. Okay, so we have 7 cards left in library. We have 2 23/23 Terravores. Top deck in a dream for Charlie. Oh, there's more hiding under there. Huh, I didn't know that. It's because I logged into the match late. Okay. Threaten definitely wins. Threaten, 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 threaten. Do it. Do it. Do it. Double Hearth Charm doesn't win. It's only 10 damage. Double Hearth Charm, of course, also doesn't win because Charlie has 1 card in hand. Matron. 4. Don't think there's a goblin that saves you. Is there a threatened goblin? Okay. Let's move on to the backup. Cyberpunker started on a loss. Oh, it looks like this is probably a game 3. Demi versus Black Yoshi. Black Yoshi got me in the first round with Pit Rack. Oh, we're looking for the accidental oath here. Or the misclick. Check players. Playing with heart. Playing till the last buzzer. Final buzzer. Rec is wastelanding what is probably some mid-range green. Mox Diamond, never good against black discard decks. So bad, in fact, that I would sideboard them out under most circumstances. Sylvan Library is good, though. Okay, so this is just Terrageddon. Boring. I'm so baffled by Terrageddon. I know it's like a good deck or whatever, but it's just like, what's the point? You're not good at anything. You're just like such an average deck. I don't like average decks. Okay, Wasteland not very good against Weathered Wayfarer. Weathered Wayfarer very good against discard. Port, reasonable. We're looking for the rack. Get our clock on. I wonder if I could have played Paper Magic today. Lots of Parallax enchantments in the series today. All right, Weathered Wayfarer getting in. No action really from either player. Rock is or Pit Rack is hand sized here. They drew 3 lands total. Another Mox Diamond, even though our Wayfarer is dead. Guess it's better than Gemstone Mine. Continuing with the suppression here. We're really looking for a Nimble Mongoose or Werebear, obviously. Hey Phil, what's going on? Rare Saturday afternoon in front of the computer screen. Hang. We've got 2 decks dedicated to stopping their opponent from doing things in a manner of speech. One through vicious land destruction and the other through vicious hand destruction. Oh, nice. Okay, well then I have to go really hard on the audio only then. So my cat food's gone off. Pit Rack, Mishra's Factory, pass. Untap for Terrageddon. Terrageddon thinks, tanks. Sylvan Library comes down. It's turn 10. First Sylvan Library has made an appearance. And we're just going to pass back with 2 Mox Diamonds and a Rich and Important play. Pit Rack untaps. Should finally start finding lands. We've seen 5 lands in 16 cards. Duress from Pit Rack. Duress finds. It's good practice for my play-by-play, right? Because I feel like I'm a color guy, but you know, there's a world in which I probably should be, like, I don't know. I'm gonna leave it up to chat. Am I a color or play-by-play? Because I'm kind of both. Like when I'm commenting on Cloud Goat Ranger, I just don't let Mike Hoyp talk. I just do all the talking, and he just hangs back. It's like a bad personality mix. Like me and Mike, we're always like fighting for the limelight almost. Yeah, I'm the tempo caster. Duress revealed Ray of Revelation, Mox Diamond, Swords of Plowshares, and Armageddon. Elected to take the Armageddon, clinging on to these 2 lands for dear life. Pit Rack dropped the first rack of the game. I'm definitely an even mix when I'm solo casting. I think I probably should just be color. I think color suits me a little bit more because I actually prefer to have more time to think before talking. It's really hard to drop analysis when you're doing play-by-play, and when I watch back my own commentary, there's a lot of things I miss. Like I'll just be like watching back my comments and just being like, oh, there was like this dynamic here that I really could have highlighted, but I was too busy trying to follow the action. But yeah, here we have green white Terrageddon wastelanding for the second time in the match, reducing Pit Rack back down to 1 land, dropping gigantic 11/11 Terravore. Pit Rack in the tank, finds another land, drops another Duress. That Duress, of course, only can target Mox Diamond, Ray of Revelation, or Swords of Plowshares, all basically meaningless. Swords of Plowshares has marginal utility here, plowing Terravore to get some more Sylvan Library digs. So pretty easy Swords of Plowshares take here. But this game is going to reach a very quick conclusion. We take 1 extra card from Sylvan Library, drop a Windswept Heath. The Windswept Heath can boost the Terravore up to 12/12. So took an extra card, shuffled 1 away. Interesting to think about what the card Cuban wanted to hang on to was. Or he just grabbed a card because he'll start taking damage from the rack anyway, so it's better to just have a card. But I don't actually. So in this situation, it's kind of funny because Sylvan can put you under a lock with the rack. Oh man, there's a lot more beatdown in this Pit Rack deck. There's 2 Skittering Scourges, Hypnotic Spectre, 2 Hypnotic Spectres left in hand for Pit Rack. So Demi takes the match, moves on to 2-0, and that concludes the final round of the Swiss. And wait for Paul Masters' game to come up. Opt City of Traders. Not a lot of Opt City of Traders decked. I'm kind of curious what Roland is cooking all of a sudden. Francisco is just playing Dreadnoughts. It's pretty good against Obsidio traders. Oh, so Roland must be playing Dream Halls? Well, now I'm intrigued. Should I just watch this instead of what I was going to? Let's see, sleep. Screen. Lock. Discord. All right. Oh yeah, show and tell. Show and tell for Dream Halls is the answer. So yeah, went for the turn 3 show and tell. So if we got another show and tell, we can try to start cooking, but it seems like a likely fizzle. Well, we're in the 2-0 bracket with Dream Hall, so it's pretty sick. Okay, pretty quick game. Let's see if we can tune into this Replenish Mirror match. Looking for Paul Master Bearded Loki. There we go. Okay. Paul Master with the foil 7th edition Darkar Waste. 3 lands in play. Waste, Flooded Strand for an island. Likely going for an attunement here on his main phase. So we have an attunement against Forest Plains. This is a matchup where Bearded Loki's sideboard is going to be super important. If he's just ripping off of Land's list, I really don't know if Land really has that much sideboard hate for Replenish. Not a lot of ways to answer getting Tide comboed. Not a lot of ways to try to go off quickly. Oath is never going to trigger. It's kind of not even a good matchup to cover because Paul Master is so ahead, but stranger things have happened. So we're just running out of 3/3 Terraform on 3. That's the best we got. Of course, we're up against a Plowshare's deck. Paul Master with a attunement activation. Looking to already set up a Replenish, it seems. And yeah, Replenish with full combo on turn 4. Clean and easy. This one's going to be an uphill battle for Bearded Loki, so I'm just going to peg that as a win for Paul Master and go back to watching Dream Halls, which I think was over here. Dream Halls with Opt, though. Is Opt really it? Guess it could be. Rooting for Fran to lose because we have a match to play. Accumulated knowledge off of an ancient tomb. Francisco confirming that he is playing blue-white Dreadnought, and it looks like he missed his second land drop. He went Plains Pass. So it was on a mulligan to 6. Kept a 1-lander with a Plains. Maybe it has a lot of null. Technically, you don't need lands if your opponent has Dream Halls in play. Just need cards in hand. Cards in hand become just as good as lands. Dream Halls with a Meditate for value on the end step of the mana screwed Dreadnought opponent. That is bold. All right. Mana Screw Dreadnought passes an extra turn. Hand Sizing Gush and Portent in 2 consecutive turns. It is not impossible. Dream Halls, 2 Ancient Tombs, 2 Islands in play. Passes back with 8 cards in hand. They're going to go to hand size themselves, so they're missing that Dream Halls. Dreadnought missing lands again. Oh no. Phil, please. I've staked my life on this argument. I can't stand it. I would have just mulliganed the Plains hand, but I guess that's a... Okay, we'll put it this way. Plains is one of the 3 lands that you have over 16, so this would have been a 0 lander if you were playing mono blue. That's going to be my defense. End step, Accumulated Knowledge into Impulse for Dream Halls. Dream Halls is down to 14 life. So we're unhappy. So if I am Francisco here and I kept a 1-lander on 6 cards with just a basic Plains, I'm guaranteeing that his hand contains multiple copies of the card Meddling Mage. But Meddling Mage, of course, needs to name both Show and Tell and Dream Halls. So I would name Show and Tell. It's quite good. Force Dream Halls to pay 5 mana for Dream Halls, and then your counter spells are active. But yeah, a Dream Halls jam here is not even that good because 7 cards in hand, you're just going to play all your counter spells for free, targeting the draw spells. We've got an Intuition out of the Dream Halls. Intuition can no longer get AKs. There's 2 in the graveyard. Oh, we hand-sized a Meddling Mage, so there's definitely like 3 Meddling Mages in this hand. And Dream Halls is shown triple Show and Tell, so we're just Intuitioning for Show and Tell instead of just hard casting the Dream Halls for 5 mana, which doesn't make sense to me. What if I just put a Seal of Cleansing in play? Obviously I can't because nobody plays Seal of Cleansing, but yeah, we're just going to put a free Meddling Mage into play. Chat, why aren't we casting Dream Halls for 5 instead of Intuitioning for 3 Show and Tell? We just want the Show and Tells out of our deck. I'm kind of losing my mind over this. Finally find an island. We're just jamming Dreadnought here. So the line was Dream Halls and pass. I guess the Meddling Mage naming Rush of Knowledge was really good because Roland Deschain's hand must be all Rush of Knowledge. He has the Soul Read though, right? Because you can name Meditate. Well, you want your opponent to cast Meditate, obviously. You can name Tidings or Opportunity. All right, we are going to use our mana to go down to 6 life and try to win the game on this turn. We're just casting Accumulated Knowledge. Accumulated Knowledge for 3 draws. It's going to get days to pick up an island. Francisco should be aware that he can discard a blue card to his foils to make the foils good. Days just trading with the 1 mana already floating. We are, of course, just looking for a bounce spell, I assume, for this Meddling Mage, which just, like, sniped the Russian knowledge that must be in Francisco's hand. Sorry, Roland's hand. Dreamhall's hand. I have to imagine he had all 4 Russian knowledge and was just, like, trying to Russian knowledge here. But, alas... Cunning Wish, pitching Opt. Cunning Wish almost certainly going to get something for this mage, in which case, if I was Francisco, I would be countering, no doubt. Crosis's Charm is the pull. Counterspell response. Crosis's Charm, for those who don't know, bounce a permanent, destroy a non-black creature, destroy an artifact. This will deal with everything. If I Cunning Wish for this with the Dream Halls in play, I will be able to answer anything in the world. Counterspell targeting counterspell. Crosis's Charm, looking to resolve, does resolve. Meddling Mage gone. Rush of Knowledge pitching Show and Tell. Rush of Knowledge, draw 5 here. Meditate, pitching Intuition. Storm count is 8. Rush of Knowledge, pitching Sleight of Hand. Still can't get over Crosis Charm. Opportunity, pitching Dream Halls. 15 cards in hand, 16 remaining in library. Almost certain not to fizzle from this spot. Meditate, pitching Sleight of Hand, 17 cards in hand. Looks like a very consistent build of Dream Halls, so we're going to see if we're doing Tricks Halls or not here. Russian Knowledge, pitching Opt, draw 5, 7 cards left in library. Should be a deterministic win. And should be able to defeat like a random Stifle even. Dream Hall's in the tank. Concentrate, 4 cards in library. We can no longer cast Rush of Knowledge. Accumulated knowledge for the remaining 4 cards in our library. We have our entire deck in our hand, 23 cards. What is our win condition? Did we board them out? Did we pitch all of our Cunning Wishes? Cunning Wish. I imagine we're looking for Brain Freeze. Brain Freeze, we're short on Storm here. We need to cast a non-draw spell. We could cast Sleight of Hand. Doesn't have the text draw cards. Brain Freeze. Brain Freeze is the pick. Okay, Brain Freeze gets there exactly. We have 15 Storm, 48 cards in library. So this game will be a foregone conclusion. Dreadnought player was not sandbagging a stifle. Plus a blue card. And they're going to let these resolve. Armageddon out of the sideboard here for blue-white Dreadnought. They're running a list with ops instead of impulse. Boo. Wonder if there's any secret here. They put it in the annul, so we can meddling mage naming show and tell, and then annul targeting whatever. Oh, 0 copies of impulse. Oh, nope, there's an impulse. Okay, so this is just like a Fran list. We're just opportunity U. So if I'm maximizing here, I'm going to hold priority after I opportunity target my opponent, and then I'm going to cast Brain Freeze. Got to take every angle. So exciting stuff. Match is going to a game 3. They're going to hit the sideboard. We are going to check back in on the replenish mirror. So this is a fun one. If replenish combo is in play for both players, weird stuff happens where the player with the more parallax wave counters is going to be in the best shape. So yeah, that one's a weird one. Never actually had to run into it where I had to deal with how that worked, but Paulmaster with 2 tides headed towards the graveyard, 1 wave in play with 4 counters, and Bearded Loki, of course, has 1 wave in play with 1 counter. So in order for seal cleansing, double opalescence. Okay, so what we're going to do here is get seal cleansing targeting parallax wave, and then just jam replenish. So Bearded Loki needs something good here. Bearded Loki, of course, flooding out with this Landy Hoth deck. Very prone to flooding, I think. We have 9 lands in play and a Mox Diamond. Oh, replenish Jam, just naked. We didn't cast the Seal Cleansing first for some reason, but we have plenty of Parallax Wave counters to just completely dominate here. So this should be a GG. Don't see a reason why it would not. Not any tech card can save you here. Paulmaster is going to have 8 counters on his Parallax Waves, and 8 counters is going to be more than enough. Yep, Bearded Loki throws the GGs, and that is that. Paulmaster improving to 3-0. We have a turn. Oh, I shouldn't have gone too far. A turn 2 Dreadnought Jam from Francisco. Francisco following, of course, in the footsteps of other Francisco, playing blue-white Dreadnought. Gets an attack in, reduces Roland to 8 life. Roland on end step is going to just cast Accumulated Knowledge, and with this counterspell backup up for Francisco and Roland on just 2 lands, it just looks like it's not going to happen for our friend. Yep, Roland throws out the GGs. Good run for Dream Halls, but goes down to 2-1. Blue-white Dreadnought, of course, improving. Is Shane, Cuban, Roboton, any of those guys playing? Yep, Shane is playing. Shane looks like a game 3 with Burn. Long game, long match. Love checking out some Burn. I wonder. Oh man, I didn't realize TCG Player was like had a promotion. I needed to get some cards. I have store credit at the Bearded Dragon though, so That's my priority right now. Mog Fanatic. Oh, it's a burn mirror. So it's a burn mirror that's gone to game 3, and it's gone for like 30 minutes. I guess 20 minutes. They might have started late because they have 15 minutes. They have 30 minutes combined. So they played 20 minutes of Magic in the burn mirror, likely into game 3. Shane on the play. Hart has drawn a Lava Dart. Huge advantage in the burn mirror. Shane has a Seal of Fire, which means that Shane can defend against Ball Lightning. But Shane has also missed his 3rd land drop. It also appears he should be on a mulligan because he's short on resources here. Incinerate getting thrown at his face. Shane down to 17. New York local Shane, shout out. Unless he's not in New York anymore. Haven't seen them in a while. Goblin Patrol. Better than Jackal Pup in the burn mirror, if you can believe it. End step. An Incinerate getting thrown at the Goblin Patrol to save the Seal of Fire mana. Crazy stuff. So Shane really trying to maximize on resource. A 2nd Seal of Fire joins the battlefield for Shane. But we are looking at 3 cards in hand against 3 mountains and 4 cards. Shane taking the play here is going to haunt him, actually. And yeah, boom, Mog Fanatic, best card here. It's going to trade with the Seal of Fire and get a point of damage in. Shane electing not to wait. I would, of course, wait. There's no downside to just hanging out. An Incinerate on the end step, bringing Shane to 14. So this mana screw for Shane is going to turn into potentially an advantage if Heart starts flooding out. But the first Curse Scroll hits the battlefield on Heart's side, and that is going to spell bad news for Shane. With no engine, no race, no anything, and a Lava Dart still available for Heart. Shane has the Overload though, so took a controlling stance post sideboard. Not a bad way to be. And a Mog Fanatic of his own, likely going to trade for a Lava Dart, but we could see some shocks from a little bit of shock action. Incinerate targeting Mog Fanatic. Oh my god, these Mog Fanatics are going huge. You have to do it. You have to do it. 14, 17, 3 cards at 2, 1 mountain. And so the card advantage and life advantage has more or less evened out because Shane has a virtual 4th card in hand with the Seal of Fire in play. And this Ball Lightning is just going to trade with the Seal. Hart has seen enough. He's got too many Ball Lightnings. Seal is going to take it down. And we have 2 cards to 3. So yeah, card advantage is sort of evened out. Maybe I was just counting wrong. Everybody's just traded 1 for 1 so far. I didn't count the Seal as a card. So Shane looked like he was behind, but he is in fact pretty close. Yeah, they're even on resources, but Shane's down 3 life. So that mulligan is basically costing exactly 3 life for Shane, which is kind of interesting and neat. 2nd Curse Scroll joining the battlefield though, and Seal of Fire Curse Scroll from Hart. So this is much tougher. Shane can get ground out by this Curse Scroll. Looks like a 2nd Overload is on its way. No, just a bolt on the face. So Shane is like, well, this game is over for me unless I find 14 points of damage within a 4-card spread, 5-card spread. It's officially a race. third land finally. Hopefully Shane has no creatures for the rest of the game. No more land draws for the rest of the game either. Or he finds his own curse scroll. Curse scroll upkeep activation. Pretty intense, I would say, but depending on what's in Heart's hand, reasonable. Yep, the last card is Fire Blast, so that's a free 2 damage there. Reduces Shane down to 12, which is actually a virtual 6. So Shane is dead to the next burn spell unless he can unload a flurry of bolts. He has to play a Ball Lightning here into the Seal of Fire in order to stay alive. Fourth Mountain, not good unless Shane's hand is double Fire Blast plus something great. Because next turn we're looking at 8 damage. Okay, so Shane has one more turn to put together 14 damage, and the way he's been playing very well could be a double Fire Blast situation. Or what Shane can do is maybe try to defeat Heart on the stack. If he orders things in response to this Fire Blast, I can get Heart low enough to be dead to the Fire Blast. But looks like we're throwing a Ball Lightning. We're trading Ball Lightning for Seal Fire. So both players have traded Ball Lightning for Seal Fire. And yeah, that's how it goes sometimes in the Burn Mirror. Oh, and I shouldn't forget about the Lava Dart. So Shane here is at a virtual 5 because of the Lava Dart. So things are still interesting. Seal of Fire joins the battlefield for Heart to replace it. But at this stage, second Curse Goal is really bad for Heart. So Shane at a virtual 6 has some life in him. Hopefully it's not another Ball Lightning. It's a Grim Lavamancer. It's an easy trade for the Seal of Fire. Let's see if we see another upkeep Curse Scroll activation. Heart's with 14 life, still not in dangerous territory. And yeah, the Curse Scroll is just going to take out the Grim Lavamancer. Heart in a good position to grind with this much life. And yeah, Shane reduced down to 2 cards in hand. Heart at 14 life. Barbarian Ring. It's pretty much going to seal the deal. So that's just it. Curse Scroll advantage coming in. Mulligan advantage coming in. Lavamancer once again just going to trade for Curse Scroll activation. Heart is going to draw into more resources. And yeah, even double Fire Blast doesn't save him. Another upkeep Curse Scroll. Make some changes to my deck. If you're lurking in chat, feel free to let me know how you think about anything, really. I'm just chilling here. Let's see, what did I do? I moved 2 Winter Orbs to the sideboard. Moved the second Armageddon to the main deck. 3 Disenchants. That's right. These cards are here. That's my sideboard. What did I add to the main? I'm just going to play No Dazes in my next iteration of Grotog. And yeah, it's going to be a spicy one. So this is going to be a Cephalid Coliseum. And I added the Armageddon. No, I swapped the Armageddon for the Winter Orb. So Cephalid Coliseum and the 4th copy of Counterspell. Go find those from my box. 3 cards. Yeah, Shane's dead. Dead on the board. GG for Heart. Pulling out the Burn Mirror with the power of Curse Scroll and Seal of Fire. Let's check out Quais and Bolt the Bird. They have 0 match points, unfortunately. Let's check out how Fran's doing. Yeah, we got a pre-modern stream. We're just watching some games. Fran playing his green-white deck against Burn. He's got 7 life. He's got a Sphere of Resistance play, but a Zern Orb is going to lock it up. So kind of boring stuff over here. Zern Orb basically able to stop anything that the other player's doing. SPL practice. Okay, check out Cyberpunker. Ritual Sinkhole. So Ritual Sinkhole playing black-green Blessing Rock blessed me out of the tournament because I was playing Storm and I didn't bring any Blessing Hate. I could have conceivably played a game where I just like waited for my opponent to play all their blessings, but did not want to live in that world. It's my Goblins deck. Do I need any cards for my Goblins deck? I don't think so. Oh, I do actually. I need to pull. No, I Wastelands are in my other deck. Yeah, I don't really need any of these cards. Yep. Wastelands are actually in my box. Do I need anything for my Burn deck? No. Not really. Okay, so this is my red box. I should probably keep my red decks in the red box instead of the blue box. Hey, Casey Greger. Thanks for jumping in the chat. I appreciate the chatting, the lurking. Otherwise, I'm sitting here talking to myself, feeling a little lonely. So yeah, don't be shy. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. You know, I need to decide if I'm going to keep streaming. So the more you're like, oh, I love the stream, the more I'll keep streaming. Oh, there's my 4th counterspell. So this counterspell is getting added into this deck. These Deep Analysis are also going in one of my decks. Get a lot of these cards for Landy Hoth, which I'm going to build. Put all my Parallax enchantments in. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't have too many excuses to stream more. Where this Gilded Drake just took a Bone Shredder, which has got to be the first time that's ever happened. Thank you, Trash Dog Adam. Appreciate you too. I need my Dark Art Waste. I think I have 3 copies in Landy Hoth. And looks like Madness is going to grind out the Rock. So an active Survival of the Fittest, basically impossible for the Rock to deal with. Although I don't know, Hunting Echoes could have been a thing here. Yeah, this I think you have to pay Echo on this Bone Shredder. Oh, Rock has a Glimmer of Hope. We've drawn an extra 4 life, and I'm pretty sure. Well, what's going to happen is we're going to go Gilded Drake, target Baloth. Baloth is going to sacrifice itself. Then Bouncer is going to pick up the Gilded Drake once more. But yeah, we did have to pay Echo on the Bone Shredder. So, wait, Ritual Sinkhole wins? Wait, what? Wait. Cyberpunker just conceded. Did I miss something? He's unable to beat Volrath Stronghold Baloth? What the? What? What? I mean, I have played a black-green deck against Cyberpunker, and he's timed out against me before. But he has the Survival of the Fittest in play. Did he lose all his squeeze or something? Is there something I'm missing? I'm seriously confused by this. have to find my not gold bordered Swords to Plowshares here. Oh, there's the Cephalid Coliseum I was looking for. And 3 Parallax Waves and Landy Oath. So these cards are going to get taken out of sleeves. I need a better organizing principle. Okay, so we had Careful Study into... I mean, opponent is on 1 life, and you have Gilded Drake Loop. I have no idea. Just pump on the Root Walla, Wasteland. Alright, Survival of the Fittest got duressed away. I missed that. Second Wall of Blossoms is going to stop the offensive entirely. The Rock is in a great spot here. I would have preferred to play the last game. Are they just playing for fun? Did they start 0-2 or something? No, they both have 1 match point. They're both 1-1. Interesting, interesting. I'm going to switch microphones so that I can be more mobile, actually. I just need to remember to switch it back when I get to podcasting. All right. Just want to be able to move my head. Organize some cards. I'm just serving. Just going to try to force a chump block from the Yavimaya Elder. Oh, I'd rather... Oh, the chump block is happening, and it's going to force a discard. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna drop him a message. Seems super strange to me. I have my Devourer cards in here. I don't think I need anything from my Devourer deck. So there's some Red Blasts and there's a Rushing River in here. I actually do need that for my Storm deck. Don't need Red Blasts right now. Don't need the City of Brass. Those are my extra copies of City of Brass. Yeah, super weird. So now this Pernicious Deed is just going to completely rock Cyberpunker's world. No point in having Naturalize too. I never board in Naturalize against the Rock to try to catch Pernicious Deeds in a spot like this. It's just too narrow. Sometimes you're just going to have the mana to take it to you. So what's the point, I say? I feel pretty confident in that decision as well. I wonder if my Devourer deck is in the weird Katana sleeves that are separate. This Baloth is going to tower over the battlefield. It got in under a counterspell. Squeeze going to get picked up. The Rock does not even have to use Pernicious Deed, so they elected to just not even hold the mana up for it. Very strange stuff going on in this match. Sent 1 Mongrel, offered the trade. We're going to pitch 2 Squeeze to this, it looks like, to just trade with the Wall of Blossoms. That's dead for this world anyways, as soon as Deed for 2 happens. The real question is if the Rock... I'm loud. Ooh, sorry. Okay, this is my normal talking voice. Had to change it. Sorry about that. Blowing up everyone's headphones. We have Blessing targeting. Oh my God, targeting Squee and the land. So the Squee is gone thanks to Blessing. Oh, that must have been what happened. So Squee was getting blessed. No, because Cyberpunker just had the survival. Why did Cyberpunker scoop? I don't know why he scooped. I'm fixated on this. Fixated, I say. Okay, so these are sideboard cards. There's 1 Seal of Cleansing in the sideboard. Living Wish. Ritual Sinkhole has all the toys in this Rock deck. He has Living Wish, he has Yavimaya Elder, he has Gaia's Blessing, Sylvan Library, some copies of Pernicious Deed. I wonder what he trimmed. I wonder if he trimmed... oh, he's just getting the Dust Bowl. Even though the Dust Bowl just double trades with the Wasteland. Black-green Ponza. Wasteland can now take out this Dust Bowl. Just 2-for-1 himself. You have Allrats. Got all the entire package going on. Basically didn't seem to want to cut anything. Do I need to rescue the sleeves off the deck? Probably not. Oh, there's I need to pull out the Frantic Searches because Frantic Search is in Storm. I should have played one Intuition in my Storm deck. I think people were like, "You should play Intuition." I was like, "Yeah, I should. I love that card." And I just didn't add it. 4:51 on the clock, so Cyberpunker is definitely a clock concern. Wouldn't be too worried about it right now. So Frantic Search over here. Guess I should keep the sleeve donors out. Donor sleeves. I think these sleeves are still in good condition. My Grotog has really gross sleeves, if you can believe it. Played that deck a lot. So, oops. What do we have here? Some Exalted Angels. Alright, so Cyberpunker playing very astutely in the face of this Pernicious Deed, just trying to reduce a battlefield which essentially should be gone at this point, and holding back permanents. Can't give too favorable of a Pernicious Deed activation to the rock, so I like the thinking here, but things aren't too solid because he just has no cards in hand. Squee Engine is not online, Survival Engine is not online. Clock is ticking down. Yeah, Rain, you can always DM me on Discord. I'm at Laninini on Discord. You can send it to me on Twitter DM. You can send it to me on Facebook in the Spike Colony Facebook group. You can send it to me on just every social media channel. I'm always happy to look at deck lists. I've got some exciting Storm stuff that I am not ready to reveal, but it's a fun deck to work on. Super unexplored. Yeah, forget Legacy. It's Premodern all the way, baby. Send me a Raven. Can you send me a Raven with a deck list, like a messenger pigeon with a deck list strapped to its ankle? Can you do that? That would just be sick, right? Alright. It's fine. I've got time. Premodern's not going to change by the time it gets here, right? So if you sent me a Raven with like a Legacy deck list, it would be like obsolete by the time it got here. And then, now it's with Premodern, your messenger pigeon stuff will always get there. I think Cyberpunker blew up his chance to win. I don't know. I'll ask him. I guess he should have a good reason. There's no reason to act like this. Oh yeah, it's gonna happen. Luckily, we can just not recognize it, Ooh, Treva's Ruins. That's a splash. Frantic Search for negative mana. Hate to see that. Why do I have my black cards out? I don't have any black decks. Frantic Search, Mana's out of Rootwalla, pitch an island. Still just 3 cards in hand, 3 minutes on the clock for Cyberpunker. Things are looking extremely grim. Do I have Sabo's Web in any of my decks? I don't. I do have a Singular Tormod's Crypt in my Landy Hoth sideboard. No Ivory Towers. Gotta pull out my Helms of Awakening, so we finally work to build Storm and Paper. This Pernicious Deed, I love this Pernicious Deed play. Just like played a Deed on turn 3, has not used it on turn 14. Just using Wall Blossoms, forcing Paulmaster to go wide. Like this Deed would pick up 4 creatures right now, and Ritual Sinkhole is like, nah, don't need it. Don't need it one bit. We'll wait. We'll keep waiting. What if I put Wrath of God in my Landy Hoth deck? Should I switch for matching Armageddons for the angle? Like, look at this Yavimaya Elder, drawing 3 cards, fogging a Basking Root Walla. Beautiful stuff here. Love to see it. I do have one Ray of Revelation in my Landy Hoth sideboard. Oh, I have Black Bordered Abeyance in here because I didn't give them back to Michael J. Love that. I think we should make our own Premodern Masters format. As bad as Premodern Masters is an idea, we should do scryings, right? Everyone would be supportive of a little mix-up. Add Pithing Needle to the format, random stuff like that. Just 2 Enlightened Tutors. I have so many. If you're like me, you have a lot of Seal of Cleansing in your box. Every 4th card so far has been Seal of Cleansing. It's pretty funny. Alright, the deed is finally blown. 7 cards in hand, 1,000,000 lands in play. We're just going to play our 4th Wall of Blossoms. Rock actually needs to figure out a way to close this game too. People need a finish here. I'm sure the whole tournament is waiting on this match as well. Yeah, Ice Age Swords of Plowshares are the bomb, right? I've got, I keep on saying I don't have them, and then people come through and they just gift me a set. Shout out to Matt Perlman, just gave me 4 Plowshares. Shout out to Landy Ho, he just gave me 4 Plowshares. So I ended up with 8 Black Bordered Plowshares when I had the Dominaria remastered reprint version. Yeah, my friends are very nice to me. Meanwhile, our Deranged Hermit loop is happening, and that's just going to be game for Cyberpunker. Still very curious as to why he scooped game 2. Counterspells. Oh, I have 1 counterspell in the sideboard of my Storm deck. And I don't have it black border, so I can use gold border or I can use white border 7th edition. But yeah, let's check out Burn versus Replenish. I love this matchup. Replenish is just racing to get Tide in play as fast as possible, and Burn is just burning. So Goblin Patrol, not good here. Sulfuric Vortex, my favorite card. Too slow, I think. Too slow, vulnerable to disenchant effects, also bad. You're really just trying to face, but there could be some intricacies to the matchup that keep things interesting. Where are my Treetop Village? I put them somewhere. Mark Fanatic, second best start for the Burn player. It'll be good against Swords of Plowshares. And Burn is on the play, so that's actually sick. That's the difference maker there. That Swords of Plowshares targeting Monarch Fanatic. Yeah, every Burn player is happy to see that. Second main, let's hope we got something. Another Monarch Fanatic, another Grim Lavamancer perhaps. Looking for a play. Looks like we have a play. Just a Seal of Fire. Nothing too fancy. Burn passes back on turn 2. So 19 life going into turn 2 for Replenish, or virtual 16. So things are on somewhat of an even keel right now. Mark Fanatic going to get in. Or probably face another Plowshares. Second Plowshares. Good opening hand from Paul Master. Two natural Swords of Plowshares. Didn't have to work too hard. Curse Scroll down for Burn. That's way too slow for this matchup. Not going to end up being that relevant. And we have third land drop for Paul Master. Also, not drawing any Ancient Tomb is not bad for him, but he just passes. So it looks like we're going to set up for an intuition into a kill here. So Burn is on notice, and it's very hard to deal 15 damage on the draw from this position, having drawn your Curse Scroll. So spot of Lack of Luck, the double Plowshares. Oh, no intuition is huge. Seal of Cleansing, useless. Burn is down to 1 card in hand. Did I miss a mulligan? Yeah, Burn is on a mull to 6. So Paulmaster tons of resources, but not a very fast hand. He wants a fast hand, obviously. But no Tide is great news for Burn. And 4 mana for 2 damage is not bad, but 4 mana for 2 damage, or 4 mana for 2 damage is bad, but 4 mana for 2 damage in a card is not the worst. So we take those, right? Burn 2 cards in hand, opponent at a virtual 9 life. If those are bolts and stuff, Burn could actually pull this out before Replenish finds the goods. And Replenish just went for the controlling defensive hand. Don't really like it. I think you just race for Tide combo. Like any Tide combo hand is good. So yeah, I think that's the move. And we just have a Seal of Cleansing. So the Seal of Cleansing does represent the threat of Tide combo, but even now, it might be too slow. Let's see if something hits Paul's face. Nothing hits Paul's face, so no Sulfuric Vortex, no Ball Lightnings been cast, no Goblin Patrols even. Like I would even be okay with Goblin Patrol from this spot. Bolt Face reduces Paulmaster to Reversible 6. So another 2 bolts would end the game. And yeah, I do not know what's in Paulmaster's hand. He has not played a 5th land drop through his turn 7, and he has not played any other cards. So I have a few theories. One theory is that Paulmaster is color screwed. The other theory is that his hand is all Swords to Plowshares. Once he casts his 3rd one, we'll certainly know. But like, yeah, going into this turn, okay, maybe the intuition has finally shown up. But Paulmaster can't really tap this Ancient Tomb anymore. So if he had Tide combo, could have conceivably tapped Ancient Tomb. But right now he can face 4 potential damage from Seal of Fire plus a Barbarian Ring activation, and then a Fire Blast would put him at 1. So yeah, finally get the intuition. Have to imagine we get a rainbow of enchantments here, or just tides. So Tide Replenish, Tide Opalescence Replenish, hard to say. Depends on his hand, obviously. If he has Frantic Search in his hand, things get pretty disgusting. So we want our Tide Wave. So I would say you can obviously have Parallax Wave. It doesn't do anything. If you haven't been able to hit your 5th land drop, so if you want to try to find a 5th land drop to wave this Jackal Pup, be my guest. Of course, Paulmaster potentially can just jam Replenish here, and then take away all the lands for a while. But Heart sitting on a potential Fire Blast. Oh no, Paulmaster has nothing. I would have just intuition for lands then. What is in his hand? Oh, is this a burn spell? Interesting stuff. Right, I'm just spectating right now. I do not know what's going to happen. So we just shipped all our damage. We're going to attack. If this gets in, our opponent's dead. But oh, 4th mountain. I would not play that mountain, Heart. Your Tide combo looms over your head. Do not play out mountains. You don't have to. But also, Paulmaster's dead. So never mind. Like floats do. Okay. Well, minor inaccuracy there, but doesn't matter if you just have Fire Blast, which, you know, you're the burn player, you always have Fire Blast. Alright, they're going to sideboard, I'm going to use the bathroom. Alright, Paulmaster opens on the second best land in his deck, or third best land after basic lands, the one that will only cost him 1 damage. Hart opening with the first best opener in his deck. That, of course, being a Jackal Pup, gets met immediately with the Sword Plowshares. So, let's see what Paulmaster's anti-red sideboard tech is like. I imagine we're going to see some chill action here. And that's exactly what we have. No red blast mana available, so it's going to be a while before we see a real response. You need to get to 3 mana for the red blast. Red blast is super good against replenish nonetheless, so once he finds it, it will be good. Stifle on the fetch land. Paulmaster going super hard. That is some crazy stuff right there. Three mana for a Seal of Fire. I wouldn't say that's good damage efficiency ratio right there. Attunement from Paulmaster, just chilling. So, set up for a long game, 18 life, feeling pretty comfortable. Combos should be coming eventually, not soon, but eventually. Okay, I think I pulled out all the cards I own for these decks out of the box. Unless I have some secret cards over here. These are just sleeves. Got my prize bottle gnomes. My Mox Diamond proxies for all my Mox Diamond decks. Some beta fogs from courtesy of Landyho. Magic box goes back on the shelf. Attunement gets cast again. I'm gonna bolt face in response to Attunement. Hart gonna play a very slow game here. Paulmaster on a comfy 15 life. Anything can happen though. Grim Lavamancer entering the battlefield for Hart. Potential to trade with a Swords Plowshares. Paulmaster electing not to at least take 1 damage to do it. He also attuned a Swords Plowshares away. This attunement is going to slowly reduce Paul's hand every turn. So it's not like the most engine-y engine in the world. So Grim Lavamancer able to get under chill, at least slightly. Paulmaster without much action has finally discarded the attunement to itself, so we're looking at a potential intuition dropping here. Grim Lavamancer opting to attack, of course. Take a clean attack whenever it can. 4th Mountain has unlocked all the incinerates in Burns' hand. Paulmaster does go for the intuition, likely going to put together the combo from this spot. Burn is 4 damage away from double fire blast kill, so actually just 2 damage away from a double fire blast kill because there's 4 damage on the battlefield. So Hart just needs to find a bolt, or if he sticks an incinerate here, we'll be in good shape. But we just intuition for triple tide, so tide is going to make things improbable for a burn. The fire blasts have to come immediately. Yeah, replenish is going to put things away. There's a sphere of law in the graveyard, so Paul Master with tons of technology going on here. There's price of progress for 4, only deals 4 damage. And we gotta pop the seal now too. And Anarchy is gonna cost 6 mana, and you're gonna be under tide. Yeah, so close but no cigar. Double Fire Blast would have done the job on the next untap if Paul Master didn't have that last little bit that he needed. See if any of these sleeves are marked. They're not. Sideboard, sideboard. Don't need 3 abeyance. Alright, this game is over. Let's flip over to the other match to see how it's going. We're looking for Francisco. Yep, Francisco versus Cuban. All right, there's a Sabo's Web in play. So Francisco respecting the deck here. We've got 0 cards in hand. We are full shove, and the match goes to Blue-White Dreadnought. So Blue-White Dreadnought taking it over Green-White Terragon. I normally like Green-White Terragon, and Green-White Terragon can, of course, board in a bunch of removal as the Green-White deck, but Blue-White Dreadnought is a broken deck. But he went down to his last card, so one more card would have seen the game go the other way. So cool stuff, cool stuff. This is a sideboard card. These are sideboard cards. Opalescence here is going to make this a clock. That's the game for Paul Master. Moving on to game 3. Exciting stuff. Paul Master, of course, nuts hand, just like Jam the Chill. Burn did not have the answer. Oh, I need to pull my forests out of the box, damn. Alright, we went going right into game 3. No tweaks to decks being made. What is going on here? My last iteration of Replenish just didn't have Parallax Tide in it. I just played 1 Parallax Tide in my last Replenish list. I guess that's what happened. That's why there were 3 in my box. Alright, extremely explosive start here from Burn. This is going to be hard for Paul Master to deal with, so even if he gets the chill down, he's looking at a bunch of damage per turn. So now this is just like a jam combo, but Burn is just going to gear 1 the crap out of this game. I look down, I look up, there's 3 creatures in play, 3 1-drops. You love to see it if you're the Burn player. So maybe Paul Master has some Plowshare's Defense here on the Jackal Pup, but it's not going to be pretty. Yeah, Blue Blast, not quite it. So maybe Paul Master is able to drop a Soul Land into a Sphere of Law. That's his best sequence from this spot. Could be why he kept the hand. Sphere of Law would be pretty great here, obviously, because Burn doesn't have like good answers to Sphere of Law. That second Factor Fiction. Is it Sphere of Law, or is it just Parallax Wave? No, Frantic Search. This could actually also result in a huge win if we have a combo here of either Opal Wave. Seal Tide would not be good enough here. So we're looking for Opal Wave or, of course, some Sphere of Law shenanigans. We do have Opal Wave. So, Paulmaster right back in this. The creature start is going to get huge punished. Hey, thanks Casey Kroger for tuning in. Oh, this replenish is going to be disgusting. It looks like the full combo is now just going to hit the battlefield, it looks like. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and chatting. We love a chatter. If you're lurking, drop me a message. Tell me what you think. Oh no, no replenish. Oh, yes replenish. Just decided to use the extra mana here to go ahead and force the Seal of Fire to go face. Why not? No replenish. Oh no. Okay, so we're going to intuition for triple replenish. Is that going to be fast enough? We shall see. We shall see. Crazy spot for Paulmaster. So let's put the second Parallax Side into our blue deck. I needed to grab 2 forests. Alright. Red Blast. Devastating here. I would not... Oh. Interesting. Blue Blast. Okay, so Paulmaster has some defense. He's still sitting on a good life total. But it is going to be a replenish waiting room from this spot. A little bit rough for Paul. Didn't find 4 looks for anything good. Only had nasty stuff. He did have the benefit of City of Traders, one of the most important cards to draw in this matchup actually, because conserving your life total, but while also getting mana is so important. Oh, Paulmaster's just gonna let it go though. His hand is all lands. Very awkward. And yeah, right now Paulmaster's at a life total that's in quite a bit of danger, if you ask me. It's not looking great. Bearded Loki has seen enough. So, I'm going to continue whittling away. We're a little mana screwed over here on the burn side. Not ideal. Sleep's kind of damaged. That's fine. Oh, this Abeyance was supposed to go back in the box. Oh, of course, there's another City of Traders. But yeah, now Paulmaster is at too low a life total to do anything. So it needs to be an extremely good sequence. There is a Sphere of Law in the graveyard, so replenish does get there, but burn here could be sitting on a lot of blue blast to stop any shenanigans from happening. We got round 4 pairings. How do we have round 4 pairing? Oh no, that was 20 minutes ago. Never mind. Why did he discard it? Because he apparently thought that he was guaranteed to find replenish. He just basically went all in. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe he misclicked. Frantic Search, first one pitches this. He had plenty of mana, and then he just pitched the Sphere of Law. Does this card not work on Magic Online or something? Alright, I've got a lot of questions. Good observation, Damien. Why is it in his graveyard? Okay, messaging Paulmaster. What's going to happen here? What am I missing? Paulmaster is super dead. Oh, he's just saying he misplayed. Yeah, I wouldn't have pitched Sphere Law. I just had the mana. Yeah. I guess whatever. We never found out why Cyberpunker scooped that one game. Forgot that I was going to message him in between rounds. Now it's like not very appropriate. Yeah, Burn improved. So the 3-0 players are Burn versus Dreadnought. So 4-0 players, Burn versus Dreadnought. Yeah, there's no reason to pitch Sphere Law. Why put it in your deck if you're not going to simply tap 4 mana and cast it? Maybe you forgot that he could cast enchantments. Well, unlucky, I guess. Yeah, it didn't look good. Thought Terragon was pretty favored against Blue-White Dreadnought. And then Blue-White Dreadnought also getting away, like, spending every last card to defeat you, so it's kind of reasonable. Oh, I do need to pull out my ugly Call of the Herds if I want to move cards in between decks, but it should be fine. I don't have very many Storm cards. What am I missing? Medallions, Accumulated Knowledge. Play a Naming Charge for the last sword. Oh, interesting. That's a good line. It's an astute line. There's one Goldbird in misdirection here. Yeah, I dropped. I'm dead. Did you die? Should we play our match? (3-1). Aw, I need you to lose so we can play our showdown match. But rooting for you. How do I moderate the crap out of this? Yeah. I'm gonna be real. How do I just mute the people who know how to do Twitch? How do I just delete this spam? Whatever, I'll just block. But there should be a way to right click is not giving it to me. I did just do block, but I was curious about muting and deleting message. Oh, there's the red, there's ban, timeout. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll go with ban. I mean, ban just works, so that's fine. Yeah, I clicked on their name. I did ban. Can we finish sideboarding? There we go. Oh, we finished sideboarding a while ago. Yeah. Well, we'll learn together. We've got some sweet impulse action. Strongest card in Blue-White Dreadnought. This, of course, isn't Blue-White Dreadnought. This is, I think Verdant is playing land still. Yep. Atrocious Fairy Conclave entering the battlefield. Gonna be way too much mana to, like, this Fairy Conclave is never attacking. It is going to block a Skittering Scourge, though. So Landstill with 7 cards in hand against Pit Rack. Not a lot of life to work with, but I still gotta feel like the Landstill player is in a decent spot here. You can't get after people for ugly cards in their Magic Online decks. This guy probably put together a Landstill for like $15 or something. Oh, these Funeral Charms are not good. I hope you're holding back a Funeral Charm for this Fairy Conclave, because the Fairy Conclave is going to trade with Skittering Scourge. Oh, but we're getting stuff out of the hand so that we can Curse Scroll the Fairy Conclave block. Okay. I take it all back. Oh, the Wasteland deals the Fairy Conclave. Never mind. Okay, Rare Dot finally found the Swords of Plowshares. You can play some pretty cards for less than a cent. I agree that Impulse is less than a cent, but I don't know. Like, good Swords to Plowshares is like 50 cents or something. 25 to 50 cents. I got the nice swords and it cost me a pretty penny. Oh yeah, Domain's sort of unplayable, but you know, keep fighting the good fight. I gotta say I really liked playing Birds of Paradise in that deck. It's just kind of like quote unquote grindier. Or it's just kind of like not card disadvantage. And you're not accelerating that hard. Yeah, Domain is super unplayable, but there's got to be a way to make it work, I'm pretty sure. But I think the true way to make it work is that none of the Domain payoffs really are it. So I think what I would do is just play a 4-color deck. You just don't have to play red. And Landstill has missed several land drops, it looks like, because we're in turn 6 and we've only been wastelanded twice. So Landstill has missed 2 land drops. I think you can play a 4-color mid-range deck tied together with Birds of Paradise and Crows and Tusker, and then you get all the goods. You get Vindicate, you get Call of the Herd, you get Sylvan Library, you get Counterspells and Factor Fiction and good stuff. And maybe Counterspells are good because then you can like play against combo. Yeah, I mean it is the black deck with no card draw, wastelanding twice, but you know, if it wasn't wastelands right now, it'd be Mishra's Factories, which would still be bad for them, or ports. So, you know, I mean, look, if you're playing Blue-White Dreadnought strictly, and then you're just having a little fun, you're just like, I'm just gonna play some Domain, see what it's like to lose, and then just go back to crushing with Blue-White Dreadnought. It's totally fine, I'd say. Yeah, this Grotog deck needs new sleeves. Go figure. I'm going to move this to my box. Man, these Funeral Charms are very bad. In fact, they're so bad I don't even know why they're in our deck. Like, isn't just anything better than Funeral Charm against the Factor Fiction deck? Okay, I'm getting tired of mono black, but I do want to see who wins. Bottomless Pit here is not even good, but it's just going to trade with the Mana Leak, which is also not good. Nobody's doing any... Oh, never mind. I stand corrected. I apologize for my previous statement saying that the 3-drop that was about to be cast was not even good, because it is in fact the best. Aw, no fun. Okay. I added Cephalid Coliseum to my Grotog deck. I'm very excited to take a bunch of damage from it and never activate it. But, you know, 17 lands seems kind of low. Why don't you just add a land/spell? Get a lot of value from it. Tap it a few times. Loot away your gush. I think it's got potential. It's got potential. Probably doesn't really work to run Cephalid Coliseum in the same deck as Mox Diamond, though. It's kind of a weird non-synergy. Oh, this Hypnotic Spectre. So after 9 turns, Pit Rack is finally going to put Landstill somewhere in the range of not a lot of cards in hand. It's taken a lot of work, but we got there in the end. Swords of Plowshares, of course, has something to say about that. Or just Factor Fiction. Oh, we have Factor Fiction revealed. Yeah. I don't know when it was revealed. Oh, Cabal Therapy named it. You can have Standstill and Meddling Mage. 1/4. 1-3. Give him the Coastal Tower. Black Yoshi split some impressive Factor Fictions versus me. We are, of course, going to take Factor Fiction and Coastal Tower. Yeah. Oh, we sniped the Factor Fiction. No, not like this. It's like XD. Not like this. Hypnotic Spectre on turn 10. Giving the business. Oof. Big oof. Oh man. Never gonna recover from that. I mean, those two Hypnotic Spectres in play. Our only out right now is Wrath of God. What a snipe. Do you take the 3 pile with stand? Well, you can't. Standstill is not a card, so it's just Meddling Mage and 2 blanks. Oh, we got 1 Swords of Plowshares. We're at 4 life, 0 cards in hand. What's Viridon's record? Or rather, Black Yoshi's record. Black Yoshi is 2-1, about to improve to 3-1. Alright. 1 draw step and a dream. If Lance still loses here, it's just an atrocious deck, right? Jesus Christ. I mean, come on. Factor Fiction against black cards, and he lost? Just kidding, I had Factor Fiction in my deck with black cards. Alright, Mystics is playing a little bit of Burn, although they're not X and 1. Are there any more X and 1s? No, looks like this is the last challenge match. Anyways, okay, last challenge match. We have an engineered. Oh my god. Okay. Guys. Oh my lord. I gotta screenshot that and put that in the Burn Discord. That's gold right there. And I'm very hungry. What time is it? It's 1:08. Do you guys think I should de-sleeve my Devourer deck? Is it time to finally just like give up on never playing that ever again? See, Intuition stay in sleeves. Those are $100, and they're also Michael J's. The rest can get unsleeved. We do have a Cop Red, and of course the Cop Red is meeting a Flaring Pain that's face up in the graveyard for Burn. So Burn did come prepared here. There's also a Curse Scroll in play. So big hill to climb for Black-White control, needing to overcome Curse Scroll and doesn't have a lot of mana to operate this Cop Red, and then of course Flaring Pain is going to take it to the house. So don't think there's a chance that Black-White wins this game unless it finds face up Exalted Angel immediately. What did we reveal? Price Progress? Bad Price Progress. There's only 7 non-basic lands in the Black-White deck. No, 6. 4 Caves of Koilos and 2 Reflecting Pools. Okay, we did find the Vindicate for the Curse Scroll. That's not a bad place, but we are still under threat of just Flaring Pain plus Incinerate, Grim Lavamancer. Oh, that also costs all the mana, so we're just gonna get damage in now. Oh, Winter Orb! Winter Orb against Circle of Protection Red! It's over. It's over. Winter Orb, Flaring Pain? This person is sick of losing to Cop Red, let me tell you. Well, that's actually an interesting one. So I like to bring Winter Orb versus Burn when I have chills. But Winter Orb for Burn is quite good against the card Circle of Protection Red. And it's actually something that Aaron Dix used to use as his sort of like sideboard plan. So one thing that did get me though is just like I hate playing solo copies of stuff in Burn. I feel like you really want like important sideboard cards and you want to draw them, so you wouldn't want no fewer copies. But yeah, it's Sulfuric Vortex plus Winter Orb against Circle of Protection Red. You almost never want to have yeah, exactly. Vortex against Circle, super bad. Vortex and Winter Orb against Circle with Flaring Pain, super good. It's just like, get them. So, even if we go runner, runner, land, 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 this game's super over. That's the good stuff right there. I mean, it's too slow. We're too slow now. We're never gonna be able to blast off this disenchant before things matter, right? So we need disenchant right now on Winter Orb, or obviously we pass, let burn, untap one land, but oh yeah, I mean it's possible. It's possible. Don't count black right out. But there's a Flaring Pain in the graveyard. It's just like, what are you gonna do about that? I wouldn't have even duressed the Flaring Pain because now you can't even, like, I don't know. It's just like does the same thing. Attack. Well, take one because I'm not gonna spend a mana with that Winter Orb. Disenchant is the only out to this sort of pseudo lock. I need to order lunch, but I also kind of don't have any food in the house. Okay, so we are just letting this vortex basically put us under. We're hitting all our land drops, doesn't hurt. Waiting for the window here, but Fire Blast is going to make things pretty awkward. Lavamancer dealing 1 is going to chip away. I still don't like the spot. Okay, should I unsleeve my Devour deck? And I've basically pillaged this Devour deck so many times for pieces. I guess I can take out all the cards that are good for other decks and just keep the Devour core in sleeves. Alright. We are stubbornly fighting against this Winter Orb Sulfuric Vortex combo. We've made what some would say is reasonable. We've done some reasonable work here. It's not really as bad of a spot as it could be, but you also have to consider that Burn is just holding quite a few spells, just waiting for Black-White to tap all of its mana. Thanks for watching, Rain. We're keeping all our white open. Not sure what that signifies yet. We're drawing lands. I mean, is now... No, Burn has 4 cards in hand. Burn has 4 cards in hand, a Flaring Pain in the graveyard. They're just waiting to put this away. They really don't need to like do anything. Grim Lavamancer continuing to annoy. Continuing to not be worth the 1 mana. So diving deeper into what's happening here with Sulfuric Vortex. So the black-white deck is a deck that has both warmth and circle protection in its sideboard range. So you never want to board out Sulfuric Vortex. You also never want to board out Sulfuric Vortex if the black-white player, or landstill in some cases, simply just doesn't draw circle protection red with any frequency. So black-white is horrible at drawing circle protection red because it just doesn't have any draw spells. But even against landstill, like, if Sulfuric Vortex gets in a little bit of damage in before the cop red, it's still not a bad place to be. Like, it still forces your opponent to tap one land a turn for the cop red, and obviously you do clock yourself, but it's the only clock on yourself because they're never going to get manland damage through. So I really don't like. Mike used to just be all about, oh, you don't keep your Sulfuric Vortex against cop red, but I think that in a lot of spots it's like just totally fine to just have Vortex against cop red. And then I don't like Winter Orb. I think Flaring Pain is probably the better answer, but if you're going to have both, then you might as well have both. So we're going to bait the Circle of Protection activation, and then we're going to flashback Flaring Pain. This Price of Progress we've known was in hand this entire game. No, so what we wanted to cast the Incinerate in response to. So that was one thing, because the Incinerate would have forced another activation, and then I think Flaring Pain is the way to go. Of course, this doesn't work. Opponent not sort of understanding the way Flaring Pain works. Flaring Pain deletes the protection shield. It doesn't stop like the damage from happening. So that's GG. And I think that is the conclusion of the round. Flaring Pain, not a card I love to play because, whatever, but if you have Flaring Pain plus Vortex, then you'll beat Circle Protection Red plus Warmth, which is most of the time what people are doing. So we're going to go into the final round. Alright, Jackal Pup, best possible start against Blue-White Stifle Knot. Super relevant to start on Pup. And super relevant that Blue-White Dreadnought's first land is a Pain land. This is looking great for Burn. Of course, the turn 2 Dreadnought Jam is going to be bad for Burn. But Burn is on the play. Blue-White has a Pain land. These are all things that we should be celebrating if we're fans of Burn. And nobody's a fan of Blue-White Dreadnought, right? Chat. Any chatters rooting for Dreadnought here? I mean, David and Goliath, come on. You can't just be like Fairweather fan. Oh my god. Francisco keeps on keeping one-lander. It's just Mulligan, man. I mean, he's on the draw. Probably had it on the draw. But now, oh, dude, I played atrocious in my first match. It's not good. But, it's good to get that. Oh, Sulfuric Vortex doing 4 damage here. Not bad. Not getting dazed, obviously, because there's no daze available. Blue-White Dreadnought's just going to lose game 1 if it doesn't hit the... Oh my god. Blown away. Yeah, nobody cheers for Blue-White. Yeah, it's true. Deck is... I would call it a menace. It's been quite quiet recently. Haven't been seeing a lot of buzz around Blue-White, but I would say that it's a menace. Yeah, he kept combo plus one-lander for sure, but I don't know. Yeah, it's probably correct. Just didn't hit. I really respect sort of disciplined play like this. It looks like it's really good game 1 for Dreadnought, but it's actually close. It's actually a close enough match. You can't just discount it. You do need to have a hand. And if you think about mulling to 6, not finding the combo in your 6, But the thing is, the other combo can just be Dreadnought plus Plowshares. So really, any hand with the Dreadnought, pretty reasonable. Starting on a Pain land is also not ideal, but you know, things to consider. Alright, so Landy Hoth. So we just need 3 Treetop Village, which I thought I owned, but I do not. 4-1 Swept Heath. I'm running 2 Flooded Strand in this deck. And then sideboard. Arbane's Call of the Herd. Oh, I am only playing 3 Call of the Herd in the sideboard. I need an Orm's Chant. I need to find my Karmic Justice. Jackal Pup, once again. But we're tapped out of Blue Blast. So this should be no jam. Wow. Is Burn gonna steal it? Maybe I underestimated Burn here. Where's the second factor fiction I pulled out? There it is. I mean, this is looking good. Okay, Impulse, so we still have a jam, but Blue Blast is now back to being available. No jam, turn 3, and plenty of burn coming towards face here. We're approaching danger zone with regards to our life total. Yeah, Red deck putting on a good show here. I mean, we kept a Port in hand, so looks like we were looking for Portent to put things together. Finally have Swords of Plowshares. Way late, in fact, so late that I would even have Swords of Plowshares against I'd even hold it to plow my own Dreadnought, but 5 cards in hand, 14 life. If we miss our 3rd land drop, then a jam here from Dreadnought is going to look really good. Let's Impulse. If you opt instead of Impulse here, I'm going to be tilted. We opted. Impulse would be better unless we cast a second opt. If I'm going to float 1 mana, I'm going to be so mad you didn't Impulse. Boom. Terrible opt. Gush time. No time like the present. So, chat, do you blast this Gush? That is the question. I think there's a lot of reasons to. One of the big reasons is that Daze is not up right now. So, a blast on that Gush would have beat it, short of Counterspell. But we do have a jam, and hopefully we're holding back Swords of Plowshares to make this a super secure jam. Bolting Face, we're going to run straight past this Dreadnought. I'd love to see it. Dreadnought player has a decision to make, has to decide whether or not to... Oh! Hardcast Daze! I don't know. This looks great for burn, right? So you just don't attack this turn. And then... Oh, Seal of Fire pretty weak. Not going to attack, obviously. We're in round 5. Both these players are undefeated, so this is a win and in. Top villages. Oh, 1 City of Brass. Well, I have to move that from my Grotog deck. Alright, Dreadnought is going to crash in. Swords of Plowshares could be good here, but 8 life. 4 cards in hand for the Dreadnought. Pretty scary. 3 untapped lands. Yeah, round 5. Both players are 4-0. Okay, 3 mana. So Dreadnought, if it has Counterspell, Swords of Plowshares, is going to look good. But the creature start from red here was also very strong. The Grim Lavamancer up is not a good thing, actually. It signifies that the burn player can't use all of its mana. So we're going to go for the full shove. So Fire Blast needs to resolve here. Just gets counterspelled. And then without more action, burn is just going to be short. So this second one-lander or second no-jammer is going to work out for Dreadnought. Unless, of course, we use the Fire Blast as bait. But yeah, with Virtual 6, we need to have double bolt from hand. Wow. Dreadnought takes it back, so no blasts and no overloads from the burn player. 3. Need an Orm's Chant. Alright, game 3. Burn is on the play. Mulligan to 6. Burn getting plagued with mulligans this tournament. Don't love to see that. But has had Jackal Pup starts in 3 straight rounds, which is, once again, the best possible start that Burn can have. And our Dark Art worst possible start that Dreadnought can have. This looks like a turn 2 jam. We're going to take 1 damage for a Portent, so I'm at the edge of my seat, honestly. This is crazy stuff. Alright, Burn passes back, 2 mountains, lots of Jackal Pup pressure going. Jackal Pup has not been plowed, and we're just lobbing Incinerates. Incinerate, it's going to stick with 3 cards remaining though. That is not ideal. So I'm hoping that in order for Burn to get here, we just need interaction, because I mean, I think Face of the Place is not going to be good enough against 7 cards. Like we saw last game, 1 counterspell, where Daze on Incinerate or Daze of Bolt and counterspell on a Fire Blast was enough. We missed our 3rd lane drop as the burn player. So this Multi 6 and this mana situation is 2 forms of awkward. It's not my favorite place. And no second creature matters, but no plowshares. This Opt, once again, gonna float a mana. Opt floating a mana. I just Impulse. Play Impulse. Second Opt. Play Impulse. Ugh. This is what I've been reduced to. Bolt gets through. Dreadnought down to 8. Can't even race this burn player anymore. I think I'm going to call it early for burn. It looks crazy good for them. He has 2 copies of Opt and 2 copies of Impulse. I advocate for 4 copies of Impulse. I don't think you can afford to run lame cantrips like Opt in your 8 cantrip deck, because the deck only has slots for Impulse Important, or like Opt Important. So it has 8 total, between Impulse, Opt, Important, has 8 total slots. So the way Fran builds it, he builds it with 2 Impulse, 2 Opt, and I build it with 4 Impulse instead of an Impulse Opt split, because Impulse is just so much better than Opt. And we just saw in this match, Fran's super concerned about curve considerations because he likes, filling out his curve, and 1 obviously fills out a curve way better. But I'm more of like a patient. Well, not patient, but I just like, you know, think it just, with Impulse being twice as powerful as Opt, it just makes a huge difference. Burn can't lose from here. This Grim Lavamancer is uncounterable damage. But we do have to play it out, so. But yeah, this Grim Lavamancer gets to tap 3 times before Dreadnought even gets to put a Dreadnought into play. So unless we have Dreadnought Plowshares happening immediately, this one is going to spell death. Dreadnought's flooded, I guess. We're entering Gush territory here. Okay, because a literal fetch land kills. I'm surprised no Stifle has come out on this Lava Man activation. Because you can stifle a Lava Man activation, you can't stifle a Lava Man attack. But Burn is going to lock top 8, I think. I can't imagine any, like, what could possibly, I mean, never mind, I guess. Oh, yeah, I will say this. Dreadnought can go Dreadnought Plowshares, Dreadnought. But, seems unlikely. Let's try to cast Impulse here. Nothing. Dreadnought's flooded. See, if we had double Impulse, we would have just impulsed past all these lands. I don't know. I don't know. Don't support this. Yep. That was to be predicted, but I would have hit the Lavamancer one. Are we going to blast this Stifle? Yes. Yes. Sickos, yes. Blast your Stifle. Oh, man. Daze. Pay. Days again. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Grim Lavamancer just attacks. Just attacks for 1. Foil! Days foil counterspell! What? What? Wait. I'm missing something. Oh my god, we're impulsing on upkeep. I mean, you're right, but I don't know. Is it 1/5? Maybe it's 2/5. Maybe it's 60-40. Like, I've seen Iron Lungs makes a claim to 50%, which I think is interesting. Let's check in on Replenish. Paulmaster, of course, X and 1 still live and started strong, so probably still a win and in for Paulmaster. And looks like we're in game 2 or 3. It's only been, oh, Meddling Mage beat down super hard for Replenish. Don't like this matchup. Don't like this matchup. I mean, I'll take 40% if I'm Burn, right? Support some Analions. Nope. Some Analions get Plowshared. We need another threat here. We can't just port. It's a little bit too mopey against Replenish. But I'm looking for blue mana from Nobaman. I did not track Nobaman at all today. And is this a pair down? This doesn't even make sense. Oh, he probably just has a different name on whatever. So I don't know Nobaman's record. So we have Mother of Runes, and then we need a Meddling Mage. 3 back-to-back W's against Burn. As you're playing Blue-White Dreadnought. I mean, not all Burn players are built equal. Like, oh, Green-White? Well, yeah, that's makes sense. You have Zurin Orb. You have Plowshares my Terravore. Did you go 3 games or just 3 games or just 2? Whip quarter. Okay, so just super easy. Yeah, point stands. Not all burn players are built equally. If I play a lot of lands, play a lot of Sulfuric Vortex, play and then Price of Progress. That's kind of the plan. I think players do the following: they don't play a lot of lands, they don't play a lot of Sulfuric Vortex, and they don't play a lot of Price of Progress. Obviously, you can play around Price of Progress and like whatever, but I think it's still close and interesting. And burn players have been keeping Jackal Pup in against Oath of Druids. Yeah, Zern Orb's fucked up against Pop, but the order has to be Zern Orb gets under Sulfuric Vortex before Pop. So Sulfuric Vortex being proactive is just super good. This is a very weak Parallax Tide. I don't know, Fran. I'm just saying I'm built different. That's just what I'm saying. I'm built different. My burn deck is built different. Oh, so Paulmaster does have Stifle, so I'm getting in with both. There's no reason to protect my 2/2 with my 1/1. Like, just so whatever. Play Lanny Burn. If you're listening to this, play Lanny Burn. Don't play another burn deck. Just play Lanny Burn. Unless your Heart, whatever Heart is doing, is clearly working. So you can play Heart Burn or Lanny Burn. But otherwise, Fran will just keep on eating you for lunch. So lots of burn today. I actually kind of like my burn versus Storm matchup, but yeah, tap your Mother of Runes. No Mother of Runes tap for free. I think mistakes are being made. I think Mother of Runes should be getting in there because, once again, oh, no Stifle? Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, I forgot that that's the trigger that you Stifle. Attunement, super weak here, 3 cards in hand. We're just playing out lands, I don't know why. We don't need this much mana, we have an attunement. Okay, so normally I like the Meddling Mage deck here, but we clearly have not drawn anything besides Whip Quarter. Paulmaster just plays some Stifles, he just does it to combo. I think it's decent. I don't like it. I don't do it myself, but I think what it did there for him was be able to use the Tide very proactively, whereas instead of like setting it up, you can just Tide on 4 and then just wait to Stifle after. So there's arguments for it. Okay, and then we're just gonna work this over. No Demystify in sight for Nobaman, so looks like this one's going to go towards Paulmaster after a little bit of Tide action. Yeah. So notably, Paulmaster needs to target Parallax Wave targeting itself now, because if Nobaman has Swords Plowshares and okay, yeah. You always have a bad Paulmaster matchup. I always have a bad Fran matchup, so it works out like that. Alright, do we have Disenchant? And even if we do, it's quite poor against this. You'll still lose your Mother of Runes. Cat is trying to get in, see what I'm up to. Not up to anything special, Cat. You're just kind of bored, huh? Nobody to hang out with? Yeah. Well, if you hang out with me, you gotta go and smush. Yeah, I like these controlling setups. So we're just gonna do. Okay, so Paulmaster should have re-jammed against the Mother of Runes to to get around the activation, but he's sort of not doing that. So there should be no Mother of Runes in play. But Paulmaster is a little loose today. I think he's been spewing a little bit just from, Replenish is kind of a mind-boggling. You want to be in here. You're going to be smushed if you're in here. Replenish is kind of a mind-boggling deck, and then of course now nothing matters because we have the double setup. Okay. I guess I want to see this end because I want to see if that was the match, but I'm going to scout out a backup match here. See what's up with Demi. I think he might have been knocked out. Cuban. Nope, he's still alive. X1. Looks like Blue-White Dreadnought has no lands in play. Oh wait, no. This is Bearded Loki, so he's playing Oath Plenish. Okay, sweet match. Don't know why Navaman is clinging on here, but I guess there's always a chance that you can do something. Demi's playing Terrageddon, not Oathgeddon. And sorry, to answer your question, Rain, a little bit of Mana Leak action in Replenish tends to happen after sideboard, but the winner of the Czech champs, I believe, had Mana Leak's main, so was just running a sort of interaction suite of Mana Leak and other good stuff. I hate this Cursed Totem unless you have nothing else to sideboard against Replenish, because it's just like, okay, well, I'm going to put a bunch of 4/4s in play. They can't activate their abilities, but they're still going to get you. Like, they're still 4/4s. And then, of course, I can just, if I really want to deal with it, I can. But Bearded Loki is saying, lands? How about neither of us have lands? So, love to see a little bit of Oath Plenish action happening. And I kind of want some food. Been ordering way too much food lately, though. Probably have to go to the store to avoid food. Yeah, Totem is good against certain decks. That is true. I always love to see Wasteland mirrors because they're just like, man, you wastelanded me. That's unfair. Yes, if you can block the 4/4s, it's a relevant point. Oh, perfect timing on the Seal of Cleansing. Finding the additional land to get the Seal of Cleansing. We're just answering everything one for one. Any 1-for-1ers? Yeah, any 1-for-1ers in chat? Imagine 1-for-1ing. Wasteland me, Wasteland you. Both decks are Mox Diamonds decks too. Loki is on Landy Hoth Plenish. Uh-oh, non-basic land. This is gonna get wastelanded. Oops, keep on pressing crazy things. Alright, we have Oath of Druids in play. So now we are going to be playing the F6 game. Bearded Loki is on 4 minutes of clock damage. Or 3 minutes. 3 and 10 seconds. But this game is just going to go to time, man. Like, we're looking for a Treetop Village to finish through this Oath. Okay, so I will say this. Mulch is really good here. I think we might... what are we looking for? Seal of Cleansing for the Curse Totem? Wasteland? Nobody gets to do anything. Somebody should play a Sphere of Resistance just to make this more fun. Alright, don't use this. Don't use this right now. Oh, okay. Use it for Ponzo reasons. I support that. So we just 2-for-1'd ourselves to 2-for-1 our opponent, right? So we just traded Seal of Cleansing and Enlightened Tutor for Mox Diamond and land. But, like, this is just... Yeah. Okay, well, we got the Treetop Village. But, let's mulch. Oh, Sacred Ground, it's over! It's over! Sacred Ground, GG! Okay. Oh, but do we have plowshares for a Treetop Village? Maybe. Replenish triple seal cleansing. This deck is designed for replenishing seal cleansing. It doesn't get good replenishes. It just replenishes like whatever you got. Okay, this is an awkward parallax. Oh, check it. Parallax Wave. Next turn, attack with Treetop Village. Plow my Treetop Village? Nah, Parallax Wave my Treetop Village. Damian dropping into Twitch chat while I'm spectating the match. I can no longer give any advice for outside influence. Damian, I would suggest that you start drawing lands. I think you want to draw lands. No Swords of Plowshares here. One white mana. My own Enlightened Tutor for Sabo's Web. Obviously not Sabo's Webbing. What if Sabo's Web only affected your opponents? How brutal would that be? Playing another non-basic land. We're 3 wastelands deep. Landy Hoth runs 3 main deck wastelands, 1 sideboard. Oh, Mox Diamond. That's gonna get disenchanted. Interesting sequence here. I might value the plains more than the Mox Diamond if I have all my mana, just because Mox Diamond can get eaten, but Mox Diamond notably can't get Parallax Tided. Not really sure what is going on here. This Tide looks a little mopey. I guess it prevents any creatures from sort of getting put into play, but we have Oath of Druids. It prevents disenchants from getting played against our Sacred Ground. Who knows? Parallax Enchantment's gonna fade. Treetop Village coming alive. Plowshares coming in. Wave responding to Plowshares. Did I miss another wasteland? No. Why is... Oh, right. I forgot. Forgot about this Tide. This Tide's actually... Ooh, Tormod's Crypt. That's a spicy one. Tormod's Crypt can defeat the trigger on Sacred Ground. Pretend I did say that, in case Cuban's listening in for the strats. It's a reasonable crypt, but we just... Oh, crypt is good against mulch, that's for sure. Ooh, Terror and Oath hitting the graveyard. And we just got a forest. I mean, the crypt is going to eat up future Parallax Wave, Parallax Tide. And then if the Oath ever triggers. But right now, Terravor is a 14/14, but courtesy of opponent's graveyard, it's also just like a 9/9. Okay, we get our Treetop Village back after a few turns of waiting. Yeah, so mulch is basically really, really bad. And it's only good if your opponent's playing land destruction, and it's only good if you sometimes hit 2, or if you sometimes hit enchantments. And I've been really disliking mulch, but it's just one of those like weird value. Like, mulch is slightly better in this deck than every other deck, right? Because sometimes you'll put replenish targets into your graveyard. Sometimes you'll put your sideboard Call the Herds in your graveyard. But yeah, like it's pretty pretty sad. Yeah, this is 4 mana Stone Rain right now. Creeping Mold. Ever Creeping Molded. I still need you to lose, Fran, so that we can play our playoff match, but I guess it's 2 o'clock, so we still got time. Source Plowshares once again. Option to save from Bearded Loki with the use of Parallax Tide. Not sure what the point of having Tide in play is, if not to save your Treetop Villages. Save indeed. Oh, I guess, well, I wouldn't cast Weathered Wayfarer if I was Cuban. But some interesting stuff going on in this match. Some interesting dynamics. The Oath of Druids certainly is threatening here. And we got a land. Got a Wasteland. Alright, so does Bearded Loki see the line? He does not. He's gonna... Oh, maybe. No. Yep. Nope. Bearded Loki does not find the line to tide out the Wasteland, tide out whatever the Wasteland targets, and then force the Trevor's Runes to hit the graveyard. So, also Wasteland is not live right now because of the Sacred Ground. So I would have tied out the Wasteland and then forced the Trevos to go to the graveyard. So we have a pretty boring Oath Plenish against Terrageddon matchup. Oath Plenish finally picking up 2 lands with a mulch. And right now our plan was to try to win with Treetop Village, but of course we did not have that opportunity, thanks to lots of disruption from lots of Swords to Plowshares related shenanigans. Okay, so once again we're going to tie to Trevor's Ruins. Bearded Loki is down to 6 minutes on the clock. Not a lot of win conditions in sight. Yeah, let's get rid of our Wastelands. They don't do anything with Sacred Ground in play, but it looks like we could see a Terravor. That's a 16/16. It can't activate its abilities. So don't want to give it a Quicksilver Dagger. Oh no. Is Terravor going to stick? I mean, you can't even Plowshares this Terravor because you're just going to give the Sylvan Library deck a bunch of life. Terravor connects. Sylvan Library. So Plowshares is not even good here. Well, this Treva's is going to finally die when it should have a couple turns ago. And match goes to 1-1. Loki won game 1. Oh, Jesus. What? Atrocious. Man. Landy Ho is kind of a super awkward deck. No Opalescence in sight. I've made some changes to Opalescence. Yeah, I know. It's like, where's your Sword Splashes? I made some changes where I think Landy Hoth has to play more Enlightened Tutor in order to put the combos together more reliably. So I would start there if I was tinkering with the deck, and then I think you need a really grindy sideboard. I didn't see any Call the Herd from Landy Hoth. I think absolutely should be boarding in your Call the Herds and potentially trimming on Oath. Your opponent's going to be so focused on removing Oath. You want to have just more mid-range. You just want to go mid-range against mid-range. You're also like not a good deck against Armageddon too. I mean, you're an okay deck against Armageddon because what you do is you only put 4 lands in play and then you mulch a bunch and then just hold all your extra lands. And then of course you have the option to be like wasteland me, wasteland you, you know. Oh my god, double Mox Diamond draw. It's going to be a Weather Wayfarer Sylvan Library. If I'm Demi and I set up Weather Wayfarer Sylvan Library here, I'm like, god. Turn 1, 3/3 Terravore? This is not a hand. This is like a horrible hand against so many things. Oath of Druids, Swords of the Plowshares, Disenchant. I mean, Disenchant wouldn't be that good, but like, I don't know. Disenchant plus one of those other 2 cards I mentioned. I mean, we're just going to ship it. Let's see, Bearded Loki with still 4 minutes of clock damage. Finding some basic lands, not finding Swords of Plowshares. I mean, it's just a 3/3. It's going to take a while. Imagine if Bearded Loki had a Tormod's Crypt here. Tormod's Crypt killing Terror is like got to be the best play in Premodern, like one of the coolest plays in Premodern, or just the sweetest play in Premodern. Who knows? We do have a plow, so Demi down to no resources. Gonna gain an extra life, but we are 3 cards to 5 here. Our turn 1 Terravore Dreams are crushed. But yeah, again, didn't really like that. Opponent's deck contains lots of Oath of Druids, lots of Sword Splashers. I know I just said board out Oath of Druids, but still. Oh, Sylvan Library. Great way to get back in it. Let's see if we have the clutch Seal Cleansing. Bearded Loki has had it every time so far. I haven't seen a single Sylvan Library activation from Bearded Loki. Mox Diamond, pitching a Dark Arwace. Looks like a green card. Nope, Seal Cleansing, once again getting under Sylvan Library. We're going to Enlighten Tutor for Sylvan Library. I mean, that's how good Sylvan Library is. We see another Seal Cleansing. It's devastating. Demi down to 0 cards, almost no resources. Looks like we're going to see a green card. Clock ticking down for Bearded Loki. He's got to find a win pretty quickly. And boom, the Sylvan Library is going to trigger. So, Oath of Druid's looking pretty gross here. Slowing the game down quite a bit. Line Tutor, Seal Cleansing. Yeah. Alright, so both players back on even footing, but this clock damage is going to be pretty... Clock pressure is really going to get Bearded Loki here, I think. once again, thanks to everybody for tuning in. I don't think I'm going to hang out forever, unfortunately. I just maybe want to get some other stuff done today. But I did sleeve up some decks, so it doesn't hurt. Seal Cleansing, trades for Oath the Druids. Option to put a creature onto the battlefield. Meddling Mage. Love the Meddling Mage from Terrageddon. We're going to name Replenish. Replenish looking pretty scary here. Curse Totem. I would just be casting more Oath the Druids. Oh, perfect mana from Landy Oath. Parallax Wave. Stuff getting cut off right now by Curse Totem, but what you can do is replenish first, Seal Cleansing the Curse Totem, then play your Opalescence situation. Lotus Veil is good in Storm, but I didn't have Guy's Blessing Hate. But yeah, been happy with Lotus Veil Storm. I like Lotus Veil better than Lotus Petal, that's for sure. Makes your sideboarding a little awkward though. Sometimes I want to sideboard out Cloud of Fairies or Snap against some opponents, so I kind of have to balance. Still kind of a very weird deck. Needs a lot of thinking. Armageddon. That is pretty savage Armageddon. Loki has not found a mulch, and time just continues to tick down, so Gemstone Mine. Yeah, it's not looking good for Landy Oath. Land into land, replenish is our only real hope at getting, like, oh well, Demi's at 7 life. Guess things could get interesting. I have to imagine there's a there's something good here. Yep, so is Plowshares. And Loki's just going to time out, unfortunately. It's just so hard to deal 7 damage. This Parallax Wave going to go away. We really needed the Call that Hurts, board in the Call that Hurts. Yeah, Terravore. Swords of Pasha is not going to be good enough against that. Meddling Mage could simply name Swords of Plowshares here. Yeah, this is sad and over. So if we had land, Oath the Druids, replenish with no opalescence, wave stuff out, get in with my own Terravore, but instead we're just going to take 16. Oh, Wasteland is going to put us off Parallax Wave. Yeah, awkward stuff. Alright, Loki throws out the GGs, Cuban is still alive. Oh, this match is still going on. Oh, we've got Absolute Law in Angry Nyan Elves. Absolute Law stopping Caven. Tranquil Domain. 2 minutes left. Wow. There's a lot of magic cards there. And that's that round. I'm going to use the bathroom again. Let's see if the match is up. Should be. There we go. Fran starts. Treetop Village. So I have Replenish favored here. I think it's should be quite good against Francisco. Brushland, nothing. Brushland, nothing is not great. We're looking for Sphere of Resistance. We're looking for Sylvan Library. Those are two huge cards in this matchup. Maybe he's holding up Naturalize. In fact, that seems very likely. That's what he's doing. He's holding up Naturalize, so when this Seal of Cleansing comes out, he can Naturalize and then play his Sylvan Library, which would be a stroke of genius, I think. Oh, didn't have the Naturalize. So instead, this Seal of Cleansing is going to get some leverage on Fran. Oath of Druids for fun. Wasteland pretty good. Why do we put the Oath of Druids in play? Because if somehow Opalescence gets put in without Oath of Druids, we can get or without Paralyzed Wave, we can get a trigger. Need another Wasteland here, but a land destruction spell is also good. But we know that Palmaster is going to have Sabo's Web in the sideboard, so Stone Rain here, reasonable, but I think Palmaster has this match just on the back of friggin' Sabo's Web. He had 2 main board in his last last time they battled. I wonder if he has 2 main board again. Sphere Resistance, really good with the port. Okay, things are looking up for Fran. Oh, Seal of Cleansing already available here to disrupt, though. Tapping down the blue source. Seems good. Another blue source joins. We'll foil 7th Dark Heart Waste. Wonder if this is hard to get on Magic Online. Double port, really good. Replenish only ever does something at sorcery speed, but the kicker is that Frantic Search lets you get away from the port. So as long as you have blue and a soul land up, or like blue up or a soul land up, and then you can Frantic Search your way out. Not a lot of action here from Fran. I think Seal Cleansing is probably going to pick up Sphere Resistance. We'll see some Frantic Searching, but Paulmaster can just play patient and wait for the good stuff to happen. Right, floating, Frantic Searching. So Fran elected not to move to draw step, which is a mistake. And we have the Opalescence trick. Fran can answer this with a single disenchant effect, but doesn't have it, I guess. Interesting. I'd play for my main deck Naturalizes. I've got 2, right? Yeah, very premature if you ask me. I have 4 turns to survive. I mean, Paulmaster is just going to draw Parallax Tide eventually, but or Second Opalescence. Second Opalescence or Tide puts it away, but I don't know. 1 Naturalize and you're back in the game. Maybe Fran didn't like his hand. Maybe he was flooded. Maybe he's just like drawing land destruction spells. Anyways, here come the Sabo's Web. Fran is on the play. Yeah, all Pablo does is win. That is certainly true. He's quite the killer. Very consistent. Ooh, the Mox is happening. That's pretty sweet. A little bit of Vintage Cube. There's a Sylvan Librarian play in Vintage Cube. Sylvan Library sucks in Vintage Cube, but Sam Rolfe is going for it. That's crazy. Francisco, thanks for joining the chat. Did you lock in the win? Good work today on the blue-white deck. Some good stuff. Tough matchups. Tough win against Demi, it looks like. Nice. 2-minute from Paulmaster is going to be quite good. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. I think the green-white deck could obviously just play a bunch of Orm's Chant and then things get really hard. But otherwise, fair fight, I think. I mean, they have their own Meddling Mage, which is quite good now. Lots of things to be scared of. But the Meddling Mage version of Terravor is probably going to be a battle. Alright. Paulmaster, 0 lands in play. Just an attunement to his name. Just an island and an attunement to his name. Port. Gonna continue making things hard for Pablo. We're gonna get an attack in here, it looks like. Yeah. Not much to do here besides attack. So Pablo down to 15. The threat of Sabo's web looms. Version import, of course, can get in there now. But imagine Soul Land into Sabo's web right here. Like, how disgusting would that be? We're gonna keep on playing lands. Nobody should be afraid of DGA, right? Nobody plays it, and even if it does, if you win round 1, you're not going to see it. Although, I think DGA could potentially get work done on it. There's like some promise there. The mana base is probably the most difficult part, but could stand to be streamlined. That's actually a big win. Black-white control. Alright, this is a pretty strong Stone Rain effect here. No tapping okay, yeah, we're tapping Skycloud Expanse on the upkeep. Okay, Fran fighting hard here. Paulmaster continuing to draw lands, and once again this attunement is just ready to activate to find lands if Paulmaster ever misses a land drop, but we've done 6 turns and Paulmaster has found every land drop. Fran has found 3 rains. This time electing to attack with Mishra's Factory instead of port the Skycloud Expanse. He says, I am sick of you drawing lands. I need a clock. But I disagree with this. I think the threat of Sabo's web looms large. But maybe he's out of Stone Rains. Did you finish your match, Demi? Seal of Cleansing. Defense against Sphere of Resistance. And it can also get Mishra's Factory. Fran, low on resources. Biggest thing is that he hasn't found Sylvan Library, and it hasn't happened yet. He also hasn't found Call the Herd. Oh, Seal of Cleansing to keep it on. Okay, so the top 8 is shaping up, it sounds like. Demi in. Demi in, Francisco in. Heart was locked. Oh, Paulmaster can't scoop. I was saying Paulmaster could scoop in, but I forgot that Paulmaster has a loss. So this is we've got a live one. We've got a Terravore that's a 10/10, and replenish to just get just attunement. Okay, this is tight. This is super tight. 10 damage is huge, porting is huge, Stone Rain is okay. Oh my god, lands the hit. Gets to port. Port the Plains. Good port. Just noticed that Paulmaster is running the Gurus online. Alright, Desperation Attunement. We need to find a land and some replenish action. Or, of course, just Source of Plowshares. We have Meddling Mage coming out of the sideboard. We're going to replenish for triple Opalescence, it looks like. So we're just going to replenish for a bunch of guys. Oh, we're gonna have Frantic Search. No, replenish with 1 mana floating. So, oh, okay. Beatdown plan. Ray of Revelation is savage here. Revelation goes pretty hard, but we're gonna need more. We're gonna need more Paulmaster has one card in hand, so if Fran has another Rare Revelation to take out the Opalescence, then we're in great shape. Yeah, okay. Opalescence has been neutralized. I would not rush into port. I would flashback Ray. There is... Can't imagine what Fran is thinking here. Obviously the 5 damage kind of doesn't matter. It matters with Sylvan Library, but it doesn't matter that much. But I guess he's thinking if he draws Sylvan Library... I don't know. I also don't like Meddling Mage out of Paulmaster's deck. What are you even Meddling Maging? Oh, another Replenish here is quite good. But, yeah. Fran is going to get knocked out, and then Fran and I get a play. Oh, he didn't Seal Cleansing first, realizing his mistake, but it doesn't matter. So this is going to beat the Rare Revelation. So we're going to go in for a whopping 22 damage. Well, it's just a good matchup, I guess, for the Replenish deck, especially if it draws 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lands. We drew 11 lands. We drew half our deck, for what it's worth. We saw half our deck, so half our lands and half our deck. Pretty good. Heartbreaker for Fran, but that means we get to play our playoff match. I'm gonna message him. Tranquil Domain. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Landstill versus Landy Hoth. So Landy Hoth is a mulch wasteland deck with its own treetop villages. Generally pretty good against Landstill, but it does become interesting if certain stuff doesn't go your way. Tormod's Crypt being one of them. Ormschant getting mulched. This mulch hit 3 lands though. None of them are... Oh, and these Dust Bowls are super good out of Landstill here. So, tricky one. Replenish to bait out the Tormod's Crypt activation. No two ways around that. Maybe we'll see a Terravor here. Terravor's going to need a counterspell. Yeah, this game's pretty over. Swords to Plowshare is a soldier token. Swords to Plowshare is another soldier token. Out Tom until other matches fire, because this is Burn versus Devour, so whoever wins, it's going to be fast.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom beat me in round 1, and yeah, he then went on to be 3-2, and I guess he won the last round, and that made him jump me on the.
Well, you started with a round 1 loss. That generally spells bad news for breakers, but
right, but
then he caught his second loss before you caught your second loss, so came down to your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also surprised that Skoda got in there. So I beat him when we were playing for 3-1. So he was 2-2 at one point.
That's true. Well, then they just played the, it happens in Swiss, but going into the last round, Skoda and you had 4 people, or I guess you had a bunch of people above you in breakers. So basically all your opponents just lost out.
Yeah, I guess that's the explanation.
Yeah. So, if you lose to Fran, you gotta battle.
Yeah, just keep winning.
You gotta battle.
All right, there we go. You got it, Mog Fantastic. Not what you want to see here, honestly.
Yeah, I would prefer a Jackal Pup, but for what it's worth, it's only the second best 1-drop creature.
Yeah, it's this Mog is probably gonna deal 2 or 3 points of damage.
It just depends, right? So, Burn is on the play thanks to Higher Seed, and Lava Man's also a little slow. Double Lava Man is really slow.
Is terrible.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm Tom, I'm ecstatic here.
Yeah, Tom just gets a combo on turn 4 with basically Burn having nothing to say about it.
Yeah, so, if he has any reasonable draw, this game is going to be done very quickly.
It's Sky Diamond right here. And then Tinker Fling. He just has it on turn 3. What a monster. Although, I was really rooting for the Sabo's Web to tap down this Barbarian Ring.
No, it's bugged on Moto.
Oh, it doesn't work on Moto? Oh, no.
That's why I asked the other day. It's actually bugged.
No, it's an activated ability. It just has a writer text.
Yes, so it should work. I asked, in the chat, in the Discord, and they answered that no, it should be tapped. And then I literally just lost because my opponent had only 3 lands and they just ball lightning me twice. And I'm like, well, that sucks.
No, so I don't know how to pronounce your name. Yeah, Tinkerfling GG. So this is an activated ability. It exists on the land. It's printed on the land. Threshold in italics here is basically just reminder text. So the way this is worded, activate only if 7 or more cards are in your library. Just because you can't activate it doesn't mean it's not an activated ability. So this gets turned off by Sabo's Web.
Yeah, it looks like Tom just has it. So
yep, Tom has it on turn 3.
How did you know he had the Tinker and Fling? Or it was just you guessing and him actually having it?
Yeah, he's
okay. There you go.
There's no way he doesn't, right? He kept 7. He kept 7 on the draw against Burn. You don't think he's going to keep a kill?
Pretty sure he moved to 6.
Oh, okay. I wasn't paying enough attention. We can count.
Well, I was.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards plus 4 and 10 cards on turn 3. Yeah, he multi 6. You're right. All right, little turn 3 win.
Yeah.
Tom loves his Burn matchup, I think.
We don't get to see sideboarding, right?
We do not. We don't get to see much. We can we can't even. This is worse than walking over to the table. This is it's you can't even look at your friend's hand, right? It's you're walking over to the table on the side.
I mean, we still get to, I guess, look up like Tom's latest list and at least make some
That's true.
guesses.
That's true.
So trying to do that right now.
Meanwhile, an intuition has been duressed out of Paul Master's hand, and Mono Black Pit Rack against Replenish. I will tell you now, this is hilariously good for Replenish.
I can see that, yeah.
Like, you just top deck Replenish and then it's all over. Yeah, Onigiri shoot. That is indeed the case.
Dude, like, shout out to Black Yoshi.
Yeah, Black Yoshi getting in.
Dude, getting in there with a deck that I just don't think is very good.
I mean, he got a bye round 1 because he was playing against me.
Oh.
Hypnotic Spectre is like pretty good against Frantic Storm, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. I expect Paul Master to win that one, but let's just jump back into game 2 with
Yeah, so Tom actually does have access to Pyroclasm, 2 copies of Hydroblast. That's funny. He has 4 Pyroblast effects and only 2 Hydroblast effects. He probably wishes that were the other way around here. But this matchup is fairly uninteresting in that sense, right? Like, there's just nothing that they can do to interact with one another.
Well, Burn's actually in a good spot because they can Blast Tinker. So, Price of Progress is in, Red Blast is in, Overload is in. So, Burn
can just get faster.
Yeah, so you can just play Jackal Pup, and then your next turn you can blow up a rock, and then your next turn you can blast a Tinker. You can, whatever. Like, Tom is actually in a pretty tough spot because like Defense Grid kind of sucks, but like, Red Blast is so good against you. So it's like, are you going to Tinker with Blue Blast protection, or are you going to have sucky, stinky Defense Grid? So I really like Burn post board because Price of Progress is just going to loom over Tom's head, and Red Blast is just so incredibly good against Tinker.
Right, but Tom can just go like turn to what's the thing that mills you?
Grid, yeah.
No, the mill thing.
Oh, go for Alter? Well, if he runs out Alter, then he exposes Alter to Overload. So he wants to go for a fling kill.
What are you going to play? Like, you can play around 2 Overloads or play around like 4 Rev effects?
Okay. One, let's say that Hart is a longtime fan of noted Burn master Lanny Huang. Then his sideboard would be 4 Overload, 4 Red Blast. I think we saw some Flaring Pain action from him earlier, so it's not entirely the deal. But yeah, it's definitely it's bad for Tom if Hart is packing the full 8. Tom is going to sacrifice Crystal Vein.
Jesus.
I guess he's that scared of Price of Progress.
Okay, well,
I guess I just watch.
That was weird.
So he just turned a Crystal Vein into a Mind Stone.
So I guess he just hoped to luck sack, and he drew into the Crystal Vein.
Very strange.
But if you want to hit a land drop by like blowing up your land, that's not very.
Okay, he misclicked. Surely.
Oh, he misclicked.
I mean, that's my guess, right? There's no other explanation.
I guess
he undid the sack. He undid the sack and then redid it. Okay, Roboton with the sharp eyes.
Okay, well there you go.
So you checked out Tom's list. Let's go ahead and check out this Burn sideboard, right? So Heart L on Sly. Oops, wrong thing. Heart L on Sly sideboard. 4 Blast, 3 Overload, 3 Price of Progress. Not a Lanny fan. I have 4 of all those cards. Also, Red Elemental Blast instead of Pyroblast. The preemptively trying to get around Meddling Mage naming Pyroblast, because you always name Pyroblast first with Mage. Of course, you always name Shock with Mage, but that's neither here nor there.
No, he definitely just kept a one-lander. But then I really don't understand blowing up your land to find a land.
I don't know. Tom's on tilt. He's tilted. Couldn't handle the pressure.
That's just weird.
Burn is 20 lands, no bauble, 3 Sulfuric Vortex, Vomit, 3 Curse Scroll, double Vomit.
Also, I mean, can we just talk about how Tom has top 8 at every single challenge so far. Did he just top like every single one?
Yeah, he's
like all 5 of them?
Consistent. Mr.
I think maybe he may have missed.
He always X2s in too. It's pretty funny. Yeah, already Devourer won game 1.
Artie, why didn't you keep winning, man? I needed your tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, Artie dropped. That's why your breakers are so bad.
Oh, you dropped? Oh, you destroyed me, dude.
Fran, so
brutal.
Here's my question. Would you have rather defeated Artie in the challenge or defeated me in the showdown against Grotog?
I mean, one of them was doable, the other one was not. So I'll take the one that's doable.
I mean, I was due, right? Because our game record is
yeah, I had your number for a while.
I think I've won. This is only the second match I've won against you. The other one being Grotog against Parfait. So both times it's when you play one of my decks and I'm playing Grotog.
That's true. That's true. That's funny.
Tom's life total is dwindling. His land total is not increasing.
Yeah, this game is over. Yeah. Like, I don't think that Tom, even if he stack his deck, he can't really win. Because he doesn't have... Yeah, I guess there's no combination of cards he could have had there that would have allowed him to win.
All right, checking back on Replenish, we have... okay, so I have on good information that Black Yoshi has a Planar Void in his sideboard. This is still game 1, of course, but not much has happened. Somehow both players are 10 cards deep into their library, and they have the same life total. And Paul Master has plenty of cards in hand.
Isn't like Tomo's Crypt just strictly better than Planar Void?
I mean, yes. But
he may just be out.
Tormod's Crypt is specifically worse against Abeyance You, and then
nobody plays,
and then Replenish. So like Abeyance You Replenish doesn't beat. So it's Abeyance You, pick up Attunement or use Frantic Search and into Replenish.
Yeah,
but beats Tormod's Crypt, but
look at what just happened right now. End step Intuition, untap, don't have the land, so pass the turn. Imagine if he top decks a stupid Planar Void.
This is horrible, actually. This is a really bad Attunement. Well, we're still in game 1, so there's no Planar Void. But yeah, it's a good point. If this was a post-board game, Paul Master could
sure. I'm just making the point.
Planar Void sucks. We agree.
I'm trying to think if there's any... So it's strictly worse against Fev. Or I guess like Fev can win through everything, so it just doesn't really matter. But I know that Planar Void is basically not a card against Fev. That you can just very easily just like stack your triggers properly.
Yeah, you can.
And then
but
Tormod's,
because it's a trigger point that Tormod's Crypt also doesn't beat the Shapeshifter combo. And
it doesn't interact with what's his name? What's the name of the other deck that I'm trying to think of here?
What's happening? Paul Master's just not seal comboing, and instead just choosing to.
Does he want to use the seal on the rack or something?
No, I mean nothing makes sense here. Because he has an Opalescence in graveyard, so Replenish is obviously insane here, but he's just like choosing not to seal combo. He's just using this Parallax Tide as a time walk. Anyways, let's stick with our feature match. That's just game 1, so we'll see some Mono Black later.
Ooh, Goblin Patrol action. Hell yeah.
This Goblin Patrol is horrible. It's gonna cost 2 mana.
It's terrible, yeah, but it's
2 mana on the draw. And there's that defense card from Tom. So yeah, Tom taking the necessary steps.
Yeah, this is like a nice little time walk that Hartle decided to cast for himself.
Did they get rid of the thing on the profile that says who your like nemesis is?
No, can you do that?
Yeah, it used to have on your Gatherlink profile you could see your nemesis, and mine was like 2 and 8 against F Paluche.
Yeah, now I would imagine that mine against Pablo is probably about even. He probably just beat me now. But
you had him in the Dreadnought versus Parfait.
Yeah,
whenever, and especially in like finals matches too. Like,
yes,
super big finals.
I beat him a lot. But I probably beat him like 4 or 5 times, and I think this is like the 5th or 6th time that he's beaten me. So he's definitely like beating me at this point more than I beat him. But it was really funny because like I beat him like 5 times in a row, and now he beat me like 5 or 6 times in a row. Like, so we're going through like long stretches.
Yeah. It's a pendulum. It's a regression to the mean, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's evening out, but like it's really funny how like it went all the way to the extreme of on one side, and I literally just cannot break serve with him. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Tom is got a Felwar Stone that actually makes a color mana in his deck. Love to see it, but he's also about to miss his 3rd land drop, it looks like. So he's a little thin on value here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. It's on turn 3. So Tom was on a mulligan to 6 this game. Oh, okay. So go. Tom's actually set up for a jam with defense grid protection. So Heart's hand needs to be Overload for defense grid plus Blue Blast to stop here, or
seems pretty unlikely.
Try to overload Felwar Stone for value, but Tom just needs another land to find the 5th mana. So if Tom's hand contained Altar of Dementia, he needed to think about running out Altar of Dementia to expose it to Overload, or if he wants to have Altar of Dementia in. Who started? Oh, match is tied 1-1. Okay, they're already on to game 3 over in the Mono Black versus Replenish match. It's crazy.
That's cool. I guess just Babylon never found the Replenish.
Look, Mono Black can take a game, right? Hypnotic Spectre. So, hear me out, Fran. What if the Dark Ritual Hippie combo was not the problem, and it was really just you can just play Hypnotic Spectre in your deck, and you don't have to play Dark Ritual?
I tried that, and it was terrible too.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, Hypnotic Spectre is so good against combo decks.
Yeah, but it's only good when you play it on turn 1. When you play it by turn 3 and the first discard you get is on turn 4.
Like, Lava Dart is disgusting. 1 damage? I do not like this burn configuration.
I've done that and won a small event.
Mike Arnold, have you ever played... I feel like you've won at least one small tournament with every black card in Premodern.
Yes.
Like, you'll just be like, man... black cards are bad, and then Mike Arnold will be like, actually, and then he's got like a deck pick. That's like my favorite part. Somebody like ops in just like the guys are like talking up Jund. Mike Arnold's like, hey, check out my Jund list. I'm just like, man, Mike Arnold has a list for every single black deck with a deck pick. I mean,
some people are really doing it right out there. You know what I'm saying?
How many actual events do you actually play though? Right? Like, even in New York, we have like a 1K every month. Some of them are 16 players, so they're like not a real 1K. So it's like we have 1K every quarter. It's like the Massachusetts guys are spoiled. They have over 32 people once a month or something like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Good for them.
I'm just going to move to Worcester to play Premodern. Okay, Tom's in the tank. Negator.
Now that's a card.
What do we do? Ritual Hippie. Plowshares your Hippie.
Nice.
Oh no, Ritual Negator. Plowshares your Negator into turn 3 Negator. Into Parallax Wave. That's
nice.
Tom just hardcast a Devourer.
That's unkillable, right?
No, it's gonna be the chicken now. Tom's at 9. He has to block. Ooh, this is tight. This is super tight. So because he took 2 damage for this.
Oh, right.
You can't overload a Devourer though. That's pretty sick.
I mean, he's got Monk Fanatic, then Lava Dart.
Right. Okay. So
he's just spinning the wheel.
Here's a few sick things. One, if Tom doesn't have Fling combo here, he can't block with this Devourer because even if it's a 6, then Heart can just burn the Devourer, and if he just takes 3 damage, then his life points will be 6, and then he'll be
unless he has another Devourer.
Well, he'd take 2 damage to cast that one.
I mean, he can probably Tinker.
Heart has
he still has
Blast mana with Tinker, like through Tinker. This is really rough for Tom.
Yeah, Tom's
Also-
not a good spot here.
Also, price of progress, anybody? Like,
Well, the price of us would have already been lethal, right? Between the Mog Fanatic, the Lava
6
Dart,
plus
the
2.
Graveyard.
no, it's 1 short.
Well, but the Mog Fanatic is attacking, right?
That's correct.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So
Lethal, yeah.
it's lethal if this gets through.
This is the honest Devourer here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to make this a 6/6.
Yeah.
There's the Pyroclasm
Spin
just
that
in time.
wheel.
Okay, so
Spin.
but Heart has plenty of options here. They can just like go to damage and then finish off the Devourer, and then Tom's just like back to square one. So Heart has to blunder in order for this to matter. So Tom had to hope that I think Tom had to hope that with 3 cards in hand, Heart is all mountains, because if this Devourer dies, that's his entire game plan. Unless he's sitting on exactly Tinker, because then he would have tinkered for Altar. But what's funny is that Altar might not even be a kill, because Tom can just oh, it's gonna go to exactly 6. Oh, Fran, this is amazing. So Tom can't activate here because the Devourer is just gonna go to 7 power if he activates.
Yep. Actually, isn't it already? Cause like he exiled the Pyroclasm and a Foff. Like it's just done now. Like this Devourer is gonna lose. Is gonna die.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if Tom goes for any more exiles, then the Devourer's not going to survive. I don't think Tom has done the math on this.
No, this is fine. Like this is the Mog Fanatic. The Devourer was already dead. The Mog Fanatic did not need to be sacrificed. So now he's just.
Oh right, because it's +6.
Yeah. So now he's just like trying to. I guess he's just trying to get value. So no, I guess the Golden Patrol is not. No, it's not dying anyway. Like it's because it's a.
Yeah, it'll be at 7 power. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. I was like thinking it went up to 6 power, but Factor Fiction. Factor Fiction also still in post board against Burn. I think that's pretty ambitious, if you ask me.
Yeah, that would have been one of the very first things that I would have cut. Even like Savos Web, assuming that it's not bugged. Okay.
Yeah.
Like you have like a tiny little bit of value, and just like as opposed to Defense Grid, it's like an artifact that you can sack to Tinker that actually draws you a card. So there's a lot more value there to be had.
Yeah, but this is a Tinker. I mean, I guess we can still Tinker or Alter if we draw perfect.
At least, man, like we're taking so much
Patrol over Pup. Not sure it made a difference here. In fact, it was got to be strictly worse here. I wonder what Tom's hand was. Impulse? Uh-oh. Impulse is not going to do it.
No.
It's got to be Tinker Altar. Tom is also at risk of just taking 1,000 damage from.
Yeah, everything that's going on right here is very not pretty for Tom. I don't even know
if Heart has a single land in their hand. Things get interesting.
So there's the Tinker. But Tinker for what? Like another Devourer, I guess?
Devourer. Or Ensnaring Bridge? No. Oh, wait. Nothing.
Crystal Vein is pretty sexy.
Well...
That's a painless two mana land.
You know what Tom really needs is a City of Brass, so that he can respond to the 1 damage with the Fling. But this is just the same cycle. If Tom gets this Devourer to 6 for the Patrol block, then Heart can just burn out the Devourer and still put Tom way back.
Yeah, I would suspect that there are definitely some number of like Pyroblasts in Heartl's hand. Like, I think I'm taking damage from this Patrol here. Like, I don't think that he has default.
Ooh, but Tom doesn't have the second combo piece in hand, so I think he's got to save the damage. But you're absolutely right. Heartl's hand is looking like Pyroblast City right now.
Yep. So he definitely has some stuff like that based on how they played up until this point.
Yeah. So
I would consider just blocking here because now he's just spinning the wheel once again.
Yeah, there we go. No, yeah. So this is good. It's really hard for the Devourer to blow itself up.
I mean, now. right? But what if he like flipped another Devourer?
That's the only immediate suicide. Pop
Oh.
for 8. I'm sacking Crystal Vein. Yep.
Okay. So I guess I was wrong. He did have enough for lethal.
I mean, thank God it's a Crystal Vein, right? Bolt you.
Yeah.
Bolt you GG.
And there's no.
Fire Blast you GG.
Whoa. Untap?
Untaps.
Dude, there's no way he's got the flaying, right?
Plan B. Oh,
Please tell
well,
me he's
you gotta
good.
activate. You gotta make it a 5. Like, you activate now.
Wait, what?
He has it?
He has it.
The Master!
Dude,
What if the last card's Shock?
He can't cast it. There's a defense grid in play.
No! The Master! What?
Dude, what a beast.
No, Crystal Vein! Crystal Vein, your price of progress! What the?
Dude, that's sick, man. That's amazing.
No! Oh, man.
Wow, that was crazy.
Oh, Pit Rack is over. Didn't see the results.
That was sick.
Alright. Let's look at boring old Terrageddon, slow as molasses. Wait, computer is exploding.
Wow.
Who do you have? Black, white controller, Terrageddon.
Black white.
You like it?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the amount of. I mean, Armageddon was cast already, and like, I guess maybe Melee Mage is kind of a heck of a card though. So maybe Melee Mage just turns the tables there. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I've never played the matchup myself. If there's another Gathering Key, like the game's over. But nope, no Gathering. So why was there no Treat of Village attack then?
I would talk to you about putting your webcam feed onto the stream.
I'm about to leave though.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Well, whatever. You'll be
The
here for
girls
2
just
seconds.
came back.
The girls back.
The girls are back.
Well, it was good to have you for that sick Devour versus Burn match.
I know, right? That
And
was
yeah,
pretty
I would be attacking with Yeah, Tom's too good. I mean, he definitely played to his outs.
Yeah, he figured it out, dude. That's impressive.
I mean,
Is this
Lava
the
Dart in the burn deck was the thing that I didn't like, because if Lava Dart was good for like a little and it was pointed out that the Mog Fanatic didn't have to get in,
That's right.
didn't have to die.
Yep.
So and
Fantastic.
the burn player was weirdly short. Like maybe they were 2 damage short, so the 1 damage wouldn't have mattered. But oh no, but the Mark Fanatic was good for 2 because it was gonna get The burn player actually blundered the Mog Fanatic, unfortunately. They didn't keep track of. They probably did the same thing that I thought. I was just like, oh, you've exiled 6, so Devour is gonna be a 6/6, but Devour becomes a 7/7, dies on its own accord. Yep. Exactly. The Mog Blunder was exactly 2 damage. It always happens to burn. You're just like, oh, I have 2 damage. Oh, it's fine, I got this. And then you're like,
Nope. It actually matters a lot.
it's like, nope, that's the match.
Oh, okay.
Best card in Premodern.
Yeah.
Were you... Did
That's
I podcast this? That Call the Herd is roughly the same as Urza Saga in Premodern? Like...
That's a statement.
3 mana, you get a 3/3. 4 mana, you get a 3/3. It's like basically the same.
That's
The artifact doesn't matter. Let's just forget about the artifact for a second. It's just 2 3/3s.
That's a way to put it for sure. Yeah.
Because you sacrifice the land, right? I know the second one costs 3 mana, but then you sacrifice the land, so you go down. So it's kind of like 4 mana anyways.
Uh-oh. Dude.
That's a good top deck. That's a good Plowshares.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're done. I was going to say, are we going to turn it around? Like, no, actually not. I mean, library, right?
Nothing saves us. Yeah, library's insane.
Library. I mean, it's just...
5 cards in hand. The Resource
It's
War
just
was...
such an insane card.
Resource War was easily won there.
People should play more libraries, man.
Yeah, you didn't draw any in your game against Pablo. Kind of sucked, huh?
I didn't know. I didn't do that, and it would have been great for me to do that. Yes. Okay, this one seals the deal.
Yeah. I was watching you, and I thought that you were going to naturalize the seal of cleansing. So you like passed on turn 2. I was like, oh no, Fran doesn't have a turn 2. And then I was like, oh, he's 5D chess. He's gonna naturalize the seal of cleansing because you were on the play. So like if you played Sylvan into seal cleansing, it would have been bad. But if you play pass on turn 2, naturalize your seal, and then Sylvan Library, that would have been like the genius play. And I was like, is it gonna happen? And then you just didn't have library or naturalize.
You're probably gonna see my hands.
Yeah, you just had Stone Rains in all lands.
Yeah, it was weird. Like I think he's playing like 24, 25 lands as well, but like he drew like 8 or 9 against me.
No, he drew 11.
I drew like it was crazy. Like, cause I drew like 5, but like 6 Stone Rain effects, and like he still like never missed the land drop, and I'm just like, damn it.
Yeah. No, that
was
was
not fair.
That was pretty savage.
No, that's literally like the only hope there, right? Like given enough time, like the replenish deck will beat the Oath deck. Like it's just
the Oath deck becomes a tempo deck. You just become Dead Guy Ale, but like you become like the old Dead Guy Ale that had Sinkhole, right?
Exactly.
It's like Sinkhole, Vindicate, Ritual, good stuff. Like Dark Confidant and Sylvan Library are just the same card, right? So it's just
sure.
Hear me out. Oath Peluche is actually just Dead Guy Ale. The real playable Dead Guy Ale all along was Oath Peluche. Because Mox Diamond is Dark Ritual, Sinkhole is Sinkhole, Vindicate is Sinkhole.
I mean, Mox Diamond is Dark Ritual every turn, though.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Dark Confidant is Sylvan Library.
So like it's slightly better.
Oath the Druids is just was banned. Oath the Druids was legal in Legacy up until Legacy and Vintage split, I think. Up until 1.5 and Type 1 split, because I think Oath of Druids was really popular at my LGS. We had an Oath of Druids player.
I mean, I could honestly see that, right? Like, what's the best thing you're oathing into play up until Griselbrand, right? Like, every time before that, what are you really oathing?
Yeah, nothing. Sundering Titan.
Like, it's just fine. I mean, it's the same as in Premodern, right? All right, so then we got there against Black-White. Yeah, just draw some Geddons, and I'll do it.
Blue-White Dreadnought. We just got the loss reported on Blue-White Dreadnought. And that was against Burn. So Burn. Oh man, you got beat by Burn twice today, huh, Francisco? That is rough beats. Terrigan versus Devourer action. So the reason why I don't play Blue Blast or Hydro Blast is simply because it takes up too much space. It takes up redundant space, right? So a lot of Stormlists were like being like, okay, let's run 4 Arcane Denial and 4 Hydro Blasts. It's just like, okay, well, we need counter spells against red, right? Because they have Shatters and they have their own blasts. And it's like, obviously Hydra is the best counter against red, but what if you need counters elsewhere? Like, what if you need to board into a bunch of counter spells against not red? Like, you have 8 slots in your sideboard, half of your sideboard is getting taken up for counter spells, and then, sure, you're like helping your red matchup, but not the amount that you're helping your red matchup doesn't overcome the amount that you're hurting your matchups across the board. And I tested against red and found that I was like in pretty good shape, just going for counter your shatter lines or different lines like that. This wasteland is disgusting. The wasteland chain is going to make Tom unable to every single land he has. The next 4 land he has are going to be Lotus Petals. Okay, but on the other hand, Tom could also just win. Interesting that Survival Trade one would be a bad matchup for Goblins. That's the one that I'm surprised to hear about. Pass to Meddling Mage Tinker. Perfect draw, but does keep the Wasteland Train from continuing for a turn. Tom has no answers to Meddling Mage in his main deck. So this game is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Let's see. A second copy of Altar of Dementia is definitely not what we're looking for. And yeah, we have no answer to Meddling Mage, and we're on a 7-turn clock, and we're under a Wasteland lock from Weather Wayfarer. So, Wasteland Port lock. So this game is completely unwinnable from Tom's side, so I'm just going to jump over, check out what's going on in the match with Burn versus Replenish. I mean, the thing I feel about lots like decks with blockers for Lackey is that those decks are really bad against Goblin Sharpshooter, so that's generally how I think it. But yeah, survival is survival. But it's just like Goblins never lose to Elves, right? So what does Survival Trade Wind do differently from Elves that makes it better against Goblins? Obviously, having more creatures with 2 toughness, like Wall of Roots and stuff, matters. But it's just interesting to think about. Right. Paulmaster on a mulligan to 6. This must be... This is probably game 1. Both on a mulligan to 6. Oh, I savaged Artie with the... you saw the Mono Red video? The Mono Red Goblins video when I savaged Artie with the Pyrokinesis. That was sick. It was also very telegraphed, but I got away with it. Okay, Sabo's Web making this interesting, but once again, Wasteland Chain should do the trick here. Well, Tom has 4 mana sources in play, so... What if we find more Felwar Stones and then we get a Soul Land and then we have 6? Dude, I'm playing 4 Pyrokinesis in every Goblin's list from because like Ringblade Pyrokinesis is so disgusting and... Game is loud? Yeah, I'll turn it down. It's mostly just for me to try to pay attention to what's happening, but OBS kind of makes the game louder than it is for in my own ears. Double Jackal-Pup start against Replenish. I don't know if Shane was on the... Yeah, Shane on the draw. Yeah, Tom losing, of course. Not quite finding what he needs. Yeah, I think Pyrokinesis is pretty good in Burn. Especially Burn with lots of Sulfuric Vortex! It's better than stupid Lava Dart. Lava Dart sucks, man. Lava Dart's so overrated. I just want everyone to stop playing it. Play Earthquake, play Pyrokinesis, play Pyroclasm, play Fire. Just play Fire Ice. Only casting Fire. Like, Lava Dart is only ever a 2-for-2. Like, I don't know why people got so excited. Like, just being able to sacrifice a land to quote-unquote draw a card is not, like, that powerful in a deck that uses its first 4 lands. Like, I feel like it's, like, collective disillusionment. I don't know. It's just like a collective insanity that Lava Dart, it's so overrated. Hate Lava Dart. Fuck out of here with this Lava Dart business. Alright, we have all the goods. So, we had the two card combo, so notably, so what did I miss? Okay, so it would have been Skycloud Expanse. So what I would have done is put Parallax Tide into Paulmaster's hand and then hoped that he didn't have, yeah, so you know that he has Replenish. So if you put Parallax Titan in hand, then you get the Opal. I guess it doesn't matter because you can't do 13. Yeah, too strong, I guess. Turn 3 combo. So you would have put Opalescence in hand, and then same thing would have happened. And if you put Wave in hand, that's what he did. Okay, never mind. There's no outs, right? So you need to put Tide in hand, and then lose all your creatures, and then hope to burn out. Because the one thing is that Paulmaster was repping, like Paulmaster has to have a blue source, and the blue source means he can't cast white source stuff. Just play Earthquake. I don't know, Earthquake rules. I mean, don't get me wrong, Earthquake's pretty bad. Every single time I like played Earthquake in my burn list, and every single time I board in Earthquake, there's just like matchups where I'm like, I want Pup and Earthquake, and then I draw both Pup and Earthquake, and I'm like, this sucks. But that's a good point. How come he doesn't have old bird tombs? Maybe he's gonna use the winnings from this one to make old bird or tombs. Tomb. So online, they're 31 ticks versus, oh, actually, the ones that he has are 25, 26. All right, Tom with the Felwar Stone, not a bad place to be. Plenty of mana. Crazy how good Weathered Wayfarer is against Tom. Oh, interesting. The plot thickens. He's had him before. Ooh. What's going on here? Okay, so Tom is repping a turn 3 kill. So Naturalize has to come right now. Sylvan Library is not it. And Tom can just shut the door here with the Tinker. He has everything he needs. Oh, is he gonna 6 mana this? No. Just gonna go for Fact or Fiction. I wouldn't have played the City of Traders if I was gonna cycle for random blue. Also, somebody was asking before if Mono Black won. Mono Black did not win. Okay, GG. Don't know why Tom was tanking on this Tinker so long. He was like trying to think if Blessing was going to randomly show up. Turn 2 chill before too much damage is dealt for Paulmaster. Attunement. Plenty of space to work. We can blast the chill now. Shane. Check the deck list out of Shane. See if blasts are in. How many we got? I like 4. Sometimes I like 6. Shane. Yep, 4 blasts. 3 Fire Ice in Shane sideboard, so once again agreeing with me that Lava Dart sucks. So I've got a couple GAT lists cooking. You can see I played one against Fran. I was really happy with it. So Price of Progress you for 4 Tide Sphere of Law. Yeah, that's going to make it hard. So Paulmaster with a sort of easy dub over Burn here. I'm going to turn back to Tom. Where I stand on GAT, still like not having days. I also like trimming on Fire Ice. Fire Ice is a little bit clunky, and since we're playing 4 Plowshares main, 3 to 4 Plowshares main, you can trim on Fire Ice, worry a little bit less about creatures. So I like going down to 2 Fire Ice. I like full 4 counter spells. like I turned the deck into like basically we talked about it on the podcast. It was like it used to be fish and now it's counter sliver. Now it's like play a threat with 4 mana and have the counter spell backup up, or just tap out for 1 turn, wait until you get 4 mana. Once you're at 4 mana, then you start committing your threats, and you just like always have counter spell up on your key turns. So I like jamming Meddling Mage early, I like jamming Korean Dryad early, but on turn 3, like I'm not going to tap down, right? On turn 3 and 4, I'm just like always going to have counter spell up. And I'm always going to have counter spell up for like stuff like Survival of the Fittest and, against Hermit Druid, right? All against Hermit Druid, if I have a removal spell in my hand, obviously I don't have key mana up. So then now the deck has a completely different texture because we have removal spells main deck and we have a lot of counter spells main deck. If we have a removal spell, we can tap out against creature decks, and if we have a counter spell, we just like don't tap out, we sit back, we develop. Our cantrips still function the same way, like they're just super powerful. We like find everything we need. We can sort of play the 1 counterspell a turn game for as many turns as we need, and then we got them. But yeah, that's Paulmaster concluded his match. He's won 2-0, so sick run from Paulmaster. He's looking extremely powerful, and once again, this Weathered Wayfarer start is going to annihilate Tom. So the City of Traders looks super, super bad. Double Weathered Wayfarer, a little weak into Pyroclasm. See if Tom has the punish. So yeah, Loki, I think I can drop you my. I have some spicy things I want to try. So right now I want to try. I think stock Angry Hermit is better, but the Doomsday deck was like too cool not to put in the tier list. But if I was like being like intellectually or editorial, like journalistically honest, I would just be like, oh, Flint's deck, you just play. I mean, you shouldn't play stock, right? You should probably try to like see if you can tweak the deck. But the Doomsday deck was like kind of a meme. So I'll share my spicy. I cut all the chills from the sideboard. What decks is Winter Orb? So I'm totally supportive of playing just Get In and Grotog against the entire field. I like against Black-White control. I like having Get In and Get In and Winter Orb, because you play Winter Orb, then they can like never cycle Decree of Justice, which is super awesome, and then they keep playing lands into your Armageddon, and then you just get in them, right? And they also play Sacred Ground Planner Birth, so those cards work against Armageddon but don't work against Winter Orb. So I like Winter Orb there, and I also like Winter Orb against Red Green Oath, because Red Green Oath doesn't need many lands in play. They can just like stop at 4 lands, do everything that their deck does, and just hold all their lands until after you Armageddon. And then once you Armageddon, their Terravors are gigantic, so they just go land, Terravor. They keep casting Call the Herd, and it's too slow. So yeah. I mean, Get-In's better than Winter Orb, but Winter Orb and Armageddon is sick. So if you have the space, I like playing a little bit of both. Obviously don't play 4 Armageddon, right? At least play 3-1. And then, yeah, that's Cuban. So the finals is going to be Terra-Get-In against Replenish. Spoiler alert, extremely favored for Replenish. Paulmaster looking to clinch another final. So the spicy thing I wanted to try in Grotog is to add Cephalid Coliseum as the 18th land. So it's a spell and it's a land, and the land is completely nuts with Gush. So bring 5C Weenie. Me? I wasn't bring. I posted that I have a 5C build. I can show you that after. I don't have a 5C Weenie build so much as I have a build that's called All Lions, and it's all the 5 color lands, and it plays Jackalpups, Savannah Lions, Carnophage, and Sarcomancy. So it plays every 2 power for 1 mana, except for Sky Shroud Elite and Pouncing Jaguar, and the other one, whatever it is, the one that you can play blue mana to stop it or something. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just saying. I would play Orm's Chant before playing Defense Grid, right? I'd play it on Bance. If I'm worried about Counterspell, right? A Bance mana short is crazy. And Lion. Yeah, Lion. Okay, best card in Damie's deck, right off the bat here, Wild Dogs. Oh, hell yeah. Sylvan Library gets to go for the full 4. So this is actually one of the big ways that Terragidding can win this. And the fact that Paulmaster has not a lot of early action, and Demi is already looking to jam a Armageddon on turn 3, it is super good. And the Sylvan Library drawing 4 cards is just disgusting here. So what if Demi does need the Armageddon because Adam sits this in the chat. Adam, of course, is the one who defeated me playing Terrageddon. He was playing Oath Terrageddon or Oath Clism with the Black Splash against my Replenish deck, and he's the one that beat me. And Sylvan Library was a huge role player there. So granted, Paulmaster can just have the Intuition Replenish combo all rolled up. He only plays 3 Intuition though, but a Mana Leak. Well, yeah. So Paulmaster having Intuition would be good, but Demi having Armageddon would be good, and then Paulmaster having Mana Leak would be better than Demi having Armageddon. So we're gonna go get into Mana Leak. You think? No Plowshares from Paulmaster definitely tells us that he might have a 3, and this port actually does not stop. If Paulmaster's hand is Intuition Replenish Frantic Search, then just call the herd. Then this port is no good. Alright. All I can do now is sit back and watch to see how lucky Paulmaster is. No Enset play! Oh no. No Frantic Search, no Attunement. Is his hand all 4 mana spells? I do not consider a Devourer tier 1. Sorry, Tom. I love you, but I'm sorry. I simply cannot consider a Devourer tier 1. What's the difference? So the difference between Devourer and Replenish is Devourer wins on turn 3 more often, but it only has non-basic lands. It's much weaker to counter spells because you 2-for-1 yourself by casting Tinker. It's slightly weaker to Blue Blast because you 2-for-1 yourself by casting Tinker. I mentioned the non-basic lands for Price of Progress. We watched Cuban Wasteland Loop, Tom. So I don't know, you don't get to be a mid-range deck, which Replenish gets to do, and you're only a slightly faster combo deck, but you're not even more consistent because you don't run good stuff like Intuition. You're running Impulse and Sabo's Web instead of Intuition, and then Frantic Search is of course busted. So it's Replenish is the better Soul Land deck because it has Frantic Search. Although Devour is better at using colorless mana. But I just don't like so many things about Devourer. You're worse against Meddling Mage because Meddling Mage on Tinker is so much your deck doesn't have Plowshares, Parallax Wave, Tide combo. So Replenish is just better Devourer. And last year for the PSS, I actually did consider playing Devourer in the Replenish slot or playing Devourer and Replenish, but decided that was crazy. Yeah, I think I don't know why Europeans, maybe Anton can help me out here. I don't know why Europeans love Mono Blue Siphonaut, or if there's any insight into what's going on with the Czech scene that not Blue White Siphonaut is so popular. And don't get me wrong, 2 copies of Mono Blue Siphonaut in the top 8 is nothing to sneeze at. One of them was a Mistress Factory version. It's when you're invited back to the PSS, Mike Ronald. It's when you're invited, right? 8 people a year. There's only so many people, working as hard as you do to make things happen in the pre-modern world. So I'm sure it'll be sooner rather than later. But the real question is if the format is going to stay the same. So would I play triple combo in the pick one format or triple combo in the ban one format? That's another question. Blue white just more boring. See, being a worse gush deck is true by say 3%, and then being a better meddling mage deck is true by plus 15% is what I would say. But I've also just this meddling mage is sick. I've also just been playing Storm recently, and my strategy of Storm versus Mono Blue Dreadnought is just do nothing and then bounce the Dreadnought and then just continue doing nothing, and then they just have 25 cards left in their library, and then I just brain freeze a couple times. And then same thing with a lot of my decks. I've been experiencing that, but Devourer is like Reanimator. So the advantage that Devourer has is that it's much better against specifically Artifact and Enchantment hate. Artifact specific hate is not that popular. Well, both are boring, don't get me wrong, but surely the deck that plays different cards rather than 16 cantrips or 12 cantrips and just gush is less interesting than the deck that sometimes plays other forms of interaction than counterspells, cantrips, and combos, right? Surely the mid-range rock player that you are is more interested in playing a deck that has to make a decision of what to name with meddling mage rather than the decision of should I counterspell your Swords to Plowshares? Covetous Dragon, oh my god, I love it. Angry Hermit is you're as fast. Angry Hermit, I don't know. Angry Hermit is really bad against Swords to Plowshares, and Devourer is immune to Swords to Plowshares. So, but guess what? Replenish is also immune to Swords to Plowshares, right? So, again, Replenish better than Devourer. Tom, I appreciate you. I think you're a killer. I think you're a master. I think that Mog Fanatic should not have been activated targeting Devourer, and then you would have lost. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, famous. If anybody saw my my mono red goblins video, I was oh, I'm so excited to cast this Rorik's Bladewing, but my opponent was already dead. That's Tom with Covetous Dragon. We all just want to get in there with our 6/5s, but it was just well, let's just do what my deck does instead. But yeah, Paulmaster. Okay, lots of things to observe in this game. So this Sylvan library drew Cuban the maximum amount of cards. It drew 4 cards, right? But Cuban has 2 cards to Paulmaster's 2 cards. So all of the Sylvan library advantage has just been completely washed out. I mean, granted, Paulmaster has a wave in play with 2 cards under it, so those things matter. But no, I cast Rorik's exactly once. I cast Rorik's exactly once when I had already won the game. So, is what it is. But this replenish here is actually so Paulmaster is just replenishing to not get Armageddon. That makes sense. Oh, but if you leave 3, then opponent can just go land Armageddon. Okay, there we go. Get the last one. So if I'm Paulmaster here, I'm in a super awkward spot because Anton, surely you don't love non-game winning replenishes when you're going to lose, right? Those are the bad replenishes. Paulmaster's flooded out here with 7 lands drawn, and just doesn't have Opalescence. Perhaps why this is why you don't trim Intuition, right? You need to play 4 Intuition and 4 Opalescence, because 4 attunement, but what if you still didn't find Opalescence? You still the key is Opalescence still, and we trimmed down Intuition, so we don't have as much access to Opalescence. So I don't know. And this is, so I'm not saying Terrageddon with Meddling Mage is tier 1, but I'm saying one of the things that makes it really hard to navigate with Replenish is also Replenish has a mild amount of internal consistency. It's a very consistent combo deck. Like, it's more consistent than I mean, I don't know. Would you say it's more consistent than Hermit Feb? Hermit Feb has like 8 combo pieces, but half of them die to Swords to Plowshares. Well, I guess that doesn't affect consistency. Oh yeah, I'm gonna flesh out this idea a little bit more. But what we're witnessing right here with Paulmaster is just what happens when Replenish just doesn't dominate the game. And that's the thing, when it replenishes is ahead, it is so ahead. You're just like, man, this deck is so good. But look at this game. Like, this game happens, I would say probably once every 5 games, where you're just like, where you just did nothing. Like, Paulmaster cast 3 spells, you know. Now, granted, Demi had to like draw 4 extra cards off his Sylvan library, but you know. Like, this is just like, okay, well, we didn't find Opalescence. We kind of had an awkward Replenish. Meddling Mage cut us off. Like, the other thing is that Replenish is like a big spell deck, right? So Meddling Mage is bad against small spell decks. Meddling Mage is like bad against Burn. It's bad against like every beatdown deck. Bad against the blue-white flippy Weenie Mirror. But it's like good against decks with like Swords of Plowshares and Wrath of God, and it's good against decks like Replenish because Replenish isn't operating on this like big breadth of card economy. Like, the only things that matter are Parallax Wave, Opalescent, or Parallax Wave and Replenish and Swords of Plowshares, and to a smaller extent, Parallax Tide. Once again, you can check out the VOD from this where I played against Fran. Triple Meddling Mage obviously puts him away, but you know, I was certainly in a winning spot with double Meddling Mage. And you know, because you're so sort of like vertically committed to these like spells, it's just so easy for the opponent, if they're very sharp like Rich Shea, to just like think about what matters and disrupt what matters. So one of the things that I think people don't do enough against Replenish players is to ignore Parallax Wave. Because Parallax Wave eventually goes away, right? And you're going to get your creatures back. So just ignore Parallax Wave. Don't use your interaction on Parallax Wave. Save it for Opalescence. Save it to disrupt getting Tide comboed. But yeah, if you have counter spells, just save it for Opalescence, Replenish, and sometimes Parallax Tide. But yeah, that's just like one of the things. Just like Parallax Tide on its own doesn't do anything. Parallax Wave on its own doesn't do anything except for buy you. Like, both of those cards basically like buy you turns, but you have to have Opalescence. And if we're trimming on intuition, we're going to find fewer Opalescence. So that's my soapbox on reasons why you would consider Replenish to not be tier 1. But you know, Paulmaster is one of the stronger players. He's caught a win versus Burn. He caught a win versus Fran's deck. I mean, it's been kind of a metagame pick. He didn't play against other Francisco who was playing Blue-White Dreadnought, so we haven't seen him fight his toughest battles. I'm looking to see if he played against another Meddling Mage deck. Right, they buy you some amount of turns, but it's like, it's just the clunk, right? I'm not saying you're gonna clunk out every turn, but sometimes you're gonna clunk out and it's gonna be sad. Yeah, that's like a good thing to point out, which is just like, if I'm strictly trying to win and I don't have like an allergy to casting Gush and Dreadnought, it's very hard to justify playing a deck like Replenish versus playing a deck like Dreadnought, because like Replenish is like cooler and it's like more fun, but Dreadnought is just like, I don't know, it's also a blue-white deck, it's also a combo deck, but instead of like playing a bunch of weird stuff, you just like play counterspells, and counterspells are just like completely broken, right? Like, that's why I like Mana Leak and Replenish. But then Mana Leak and Replenish is just turning it into a Dreadnought deck where all the combo pieces are 4 mana instead of 1 mana. So, not sure. But I like the Mana Leak here. Mana Leak was there for everyone to see, and I thought it was really cool that the winner of the Czech Nationals took took Mana Leak Replenish all the way to the top. I thought that was like, I don't know if I ever considered running Mana Leak in the main deck, and Mana Leak just makes you like just kind of able to do stuff on early turns that matter. So if I was a Replenish player now, I talked about Seal of Cleansing a little bit, but I would think about Mana Leak. I would think about Mana Leak in the Seal of Cleansing spot, because like Mana Leak on 2 is always good. Seal of Cleansing on 2 is only good against certain opponents. Oh, Palm Master is mana screwed. So less combo pieces the better. This is true and interesting in the way that it works. So Replenish is like a deck with like one big combo and like 2 small combos. The 2 small combos, of course, are Opal Wave and Seal of Cleansing Wave. So what we saw last game was the struggle with the Replenish player, which is this: what happens if you draw Tide and Wave but no Opalescence? Or what if you draw Seal of Cleansing and Opalescence but no Tide and Wave? Or what if you draw Replenish but no Intuition or Attunement? So all of a sudden, there's a bunch of like permutations of like your deck doing nothing, and like you're relying on Attunement, Frantic Search, and Intuition to glue that together. And don't get me wrong, a 12-card package to glue everything together is good, but you still are vulnerable to like the possibility of these sort of like combo interactions just coming up a little stale. So, and then also, I don't know, run 25 or 26 lands. Palmaster, of course, has incentive to hold back lands because Weathered Wayfarer is presenting the Wasteland lock. But, okay. This is sick. I'm going to have to eat my words because I think Weathered Wayfarer is super bad. The reason why I think it's bad is that it triggers Oath. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, like Seal, but this is why I don't like the logic. So the idea that Seal of Cleansing is quote unquote a combo piece shouldn't be seen that way, right? It should be thought of as like, okay, Seal of Cleansing is a way to make the fact that your deck has a bunch of Parallax Tide less bad, because the fact that your deck starts with 3 or 4 Parallax Tides is like, it's a bad thing. It's like a thing that you wouldn't want to do, like if you were building a good deck to start with, right? This better be a Mana Leak. Okay. Incredible stuff from Cuban. In fact, what I want to hear from people moving forward is why isn't Terrageddon on my tier list? Somebody was like, what did you forget about Terrageddon? Or they're like, why isn't Terrageddon anywhere on the tier list? And I was like, oh, I literally forgot about it. But Weathered Wayfarer plus Meddling Mage, that's what I'm missing. Let me finish the Weathered Wayfarer. Also, congratulations, Cuban, for winning the whole thing. Incredible stuff. Weathered Wayfarer sucks. Dies to everything. Triggers Oath of Druids. Hate it. But if you look at it here, it's incredible, right? Because you have Weathered Wayfarer, Wasteland locking Replenish player, and you have Meddling Mage locking out from them to cast the only interaction they can cast without getting to 4 mana, which is Swords to Plowshares. So Replenish almost needs Last Breath. So this 2-card combo completely locks out the Replenish player, which is like crazy. It's just like I'm not saying that, Replenish is going to run into this all the time. In fact, it's probably never going to run into it. But like, this is a matchup that I actually have Replenish favored if it was just stock green-white Terrageddon. But I mean, check it out with Meddling Mage. Changes everything around. So Demi completely taking the house. And then back to what Anton was saying. So Seal of Cleansing, to mitigate the downside of having Parallax Tide in your deck, does not add up to, let's say, just a focus deck that has Counterspell and Portent, right? Like the way that things go with let me see if I can get Demi into Whereby. The way that things go with okay, let me just, I can't talk and type at the same time. The way that like why Dreadnought's better, like you're talking about Dreadnought versus Replenish. Well, Replenish is just like, okay, well, I got some seals here, I've got some 4-mana enchantments here, I've got some Replenish, I'm trying to like put this together. Dreadnought is just like, I have Counterspell, I have Portent, like I'm gonna draw Dreadnought, Like, I'm just going to jam Dreadnought. And, like, obviously, I'm weak to Swords of Plowshares, but I have Meddling Mage for that. Obviously, I'm weak to Swords of Plowshares plus Crumble plus Orm's Chant plus all this other stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Interaction, like, I'm more weak to interaction, but, like, my deck is streamlined. It's consistent. It does plan A super often. Like, Dreadnought skidding out is just like, oh, well, we didn't find Dreadnought in the top 20 cards. It's just like, well, Replenish is going to do that if it doesn't find Opalescence or Intuition in the top 20 cards. So, lots of... lots to consider there, but I've played a lot of Replenish. Granted, I do play a slightly unorthodox version, but like Anton, to your point, one other thing is that you play Seal Cleansing, you play Parallax Tide. It's like, okay, what happens if you like queue up against goblins and you just draw a lot of Seal Cleansing and Parallax Tide? It's like, okay, well, they can basically just ignore that entirely, right? If you spend 6 mana seal tiding them, they're just like, okay, well, you're dead. And then they don't give you time to spin your attunements all day, right? You can't just spin attunement and like hope to put things together like more than once, right? They're going to let you have 3 spare mana once. So Goblins goes guy. Let's say your line is Swords of Plowshares, Seal Cleansing, Attunement. Like guy is going to overcome Swords of Plowshares, Seal Cleansing, Attunement into like Parallax Tide, because like they're still going to have a battlefield, and you're going to have to be like, okay, well, like, cool, I got my seal combo off, but it cost me everything, right? Attunement, I went -1 card. Seal Tide, I did 2 for 4 lands, and then now I just like I'm still in the Opalescence waiting room. So, Dreadnought is a Splinter Twin deck. I've said this publicly very many times. Dreadnought is Splinter Twin. I will not be taking further questions about that because, I've talked about it at length. Okay, cool. Okay. We have Damien Verneri on the line. Congrats on the sick win. How do you feel? I mean, I was just got in the middle of talking about how Replenish is not as good as Blue-White Stifle Knot, but let's see what happened. You narrowly lost to Blue-White Stifle Knot in one match, and then you just stomped Replenish. So yeah, let's just talk about that finals match. What do you think were kind of the keys to how you pulled that one off? Oh, sorry, I need to fix this. Sorry, start over. You guys need to tell me when you can't hear Damien. All right.
Oh.
All right. Start over. I just realized. I fixed it on my own. I fixed it before you guys said anything. All right. Start that sentence over. So you said you were hard mulliganing.
Yeah, my approach to that last match with Paul was to hard mulligan into something between a sick hand with Mox to ramp up or a Warfeather to try to deny his mana and not get combo, pretty much. And I found the Warfare on the mull to 6 both times.
Yeah, Wayfarer plus Mage. Sorry, my wife is calling. So talk to chat for a second. I'll be back in a second. So Weathered Wayfarer, the key to the match. I think that's crazy. Like, what if Paul Master just has Plowshares? Then what does your plan become? Just Meddling Mage?
Well, I mean, I want to have a good start, right? And Wayfarer is pretty much the best start you can get against Replenish. Besides, of course, those sick hands with Mox Diamonds.
Right.
And then try to smash a Geddon or a Cataclysm and try to win from there.
I actually wanted to also dive into this list. So how much have you played this Terragon list? Because you were playing some survival variants, but this is like...
I played it a couple times on local here, and I played it on the last challenge as well. I made top 8 on the April's one.
Nice. Okay. Right. Okay. So the last challenge.
Yeah, this is actually a list I stole from Paul itself.
Sorry.
The only thing... Would you say?
Who did you see the list from?
From Paul Masters.
Oh, okay. Of course.
The only thing I did was to add the oats to Cyber to have better match against Agros. So when I face aggro or creature-based decks, I just remove all the creatures, bat the Terravores, put the Oaths and probably Cataclysms and Custo them in.
Okay, so this has to this is the this is probably Brad from Duress Cruise list, because Fran is saying Paul Master used it from I think it was Brad. I'm pretty sure is it Brad? It's like there's a few guys, but in Worcester. But yeah, the Oath of Druids. Did you board them in ever against in this tournament?
Yeah, I did a couple times. I played against Self, and I don't remember the other match, but yeah, I bring them in 2 of the matches, and they're always pretty good when you put them in.
Yeah, that's actually super interesting because we've seen Terrageddon decks splash red for Pyroclasm, and this is just so much cleaner because you get to stick to your blue splash for only Meddling Mage. So I guess after watching that match, you would pretty easily say the blue splash is worth it instead of playing straight green-white.
I think with blue splash, with Meddling Mage, right? You can win over combos by mana denial and then Meddling Mage. And you have a pretty good matchup against control decks because Geddon, Cataclysm, whatever. And then if you add the Oaths on the sideboard, you have a good matchup against aggro too, right?
Yeah. So this is like and you're sort of the first person I think that I've seen with the Oath transformational sideboard, we'll call it. So you're just gonna board out all your creatures except for Terravore. So you're gonna board out 9 cards.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll let in maybe 1 or 2 Meddling Mages.
Or Meddling Mage, so you just Oath into Meddling
Mage? Yeah, like against Elf, you do turn 1 or 2 Oath, and then you reveal a Meddling Mage and name Survival, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense because Meddling Mage kind of holds off for because most of the creatures that you bring Oath of Druids against, they're gonna play 2 creatures, and instead of just 1. So it's really awkward. But you wouldn't I guess you wouldn't board in Oath of Druids against any deck that plays its own Oath of Druids. Actually, let's talk about that. What do you think about so one of the things, I forget who it was. Actually, it was Paradoxum, right? Paradoxum Levs, who was playing a lot of Terrageddon and basically said, I can't play Terrageddon anymore because it just seems like it's worse than Terra Oath. And he was playing his Weathered Wayfarers and Werebearers, and they were just triggering his opponent's Oaths, and he just kind of felt like, there was no point to be doing what he was doing because he could be doing what they're doing. Did you?
Yeah, I think against any of the Terra Oath versions, I will side out most of the creatures except for the mages and the boars, and don't side in the Oath Druids.
All right, interesting. What are you gonna keep? What are you gonna name with Meddling Mage? Are you gonna Meddling Mage their Oath of Druids?
I mean, if I can play it before the Oath, I just name the Oath.
Okay, I see. Interesting. And then you're kind of better. Well, yeah. I mean, do you think that you have a closer matchup than Paradoxum thought, or do you kind of still feel like the matchup is an uphill battle?
Which matchup? Sorry.
Your deck, Terra Geddon versus Terra Oath.
I think it's even. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's even after Cyber, right? In the first game, I think they have the advantage because Oath's strong.
Right. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I mean, this is a sick run. You honestly, watching this made me respect your deck a lot more than I had before. I kind of always felt that this deck was just a little bit average feel, just didn't feel like it was particularly powerful, but your interaction looks super against combo. I think one of the big things is Meddling Mage being good against combo is a huge upgrade to this deck, because we used to see that the deck was only green-white, and its only recourse against combo was Sphere Resistance Armageddon, which is just the Meddling Mage splash is right there. You have 4 Mox Diamond, you have Treva's Ruins.
I snag a third Treva's Ruin for that.
Yeah, and you have Weathered Wayfarer already already interacting well with those things. So you beat Devour, you beat Replenish. You might even say this deck is just good against combo, and you want to see combo. Are there any decks you don't want to see? What's your least favorite matchup for this?
No, I mean, I don't enjoy the combo matchups, right? Because you're super reliant to a melee mage that can die to a sword and you just lost.
Okay.
I was even thinking to add a couple Sphere of Resistance in the sideboard to when I bring in the oats or against combo. It's just good.
Yeah.
But the sideboard is so tight. That's why I'm running like one of each and the one off of the tutor.
Enlightened Tutor, yeah, to save the sideboard space. That makes sense. I mean, Teferi's response seems a little extra.
Yeah, Teferi and Blue Elemental Blast was like 2 last time additions I wanted to try.
Yeah. Okay, so he's still got some wiggle room. I mean,
yeah, another thing that I think it's interesting is that a lot of matchups I board in the Curse Totem and I still let the Word Feathers in.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you just activate Wayfarer first, right?
Yeah, you just play with the Wayfarer first, and then it just becomes a 1/1 that hits.
Yeah.
After the totem is in play.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, Curse Totem is so good, right? But Wayfarer is like kind of your engine, so you can't really get rid of your engine. And it's like Curse Totem against Devourer or Elves is just gonna that's just important. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and I found it really good against like decks. What it's great against Replenish.
Oh yeah, Curse Totem. That's actually a funny one because I actually feel like when replenishes a bunch of stuff, like and you have Curse Totem, it's like okay, they can't do their tricks, but they also still have like a bunch of creatures, right? So if they have like double Opalescence, like 4/4s are.
Well, I mean, if they made a huge replenish, you will probably lose anyways.
That's true.
But if they play like the Opalescence and then the wave and want to slow you down before the replenish.
Plus, you have Tormod's Crypt, so
it's for that plan. Yeah, I was actually running 2 Tormods and I got one. I regretted that when I faced Paul in the final, but it's okay.
Yeah, it all worked out. Okay, well, sick run, man, and I think you're really shaping up to be. I mean, you're already a national champion. You're a challenge champion.
South American champion, yeah.
Yeah, a continental champion. Thank you for the correction. So yeah, really sick stuff, and it was sweet to watch your games. The matches were super sick, and yeah, this Terrageddon deck, I guess I have to add it to my tier list. Seems like
and you owe me the Tradewin addition to the tier list.
Oh, I owe you the. Why don't you win the next challenge with Tradewin Rider, and then I'll add Tradewin.
I was so close to play the deck.
Yeah. Well, I think you can be pretty glad that you didn't. This was just super great stuff, and thanks for hopping on stream, and thanks for hanging out in chat.
Yeah, for sure, man, and thanks to you to stream it. I know a lot of people here from Argentina that was following the event through you.
Oh, that's really sweet. That's great to hear. I mean, that just keeps me going. So.
Yeah, if you check the chat, you will see a million messages in Spanish.
Yeah, I see a couple here. Well, great stuff, and yeah, I'm sure I'll see you out in these streets more in the future. But when's the next South American Championship, huh?
That one is July 6th and 7th, and before that we have a pretty big open here in the next weekend, Sunday. All
right. Well, that sounds sweet. So we'll be sure to watch out for what you do next, and yeah, congrats again. And yeah, I guess other Francisco is from Spain. Lots of native Spanish speakers playing in the Premodern streets, of course, as always. Yeah, man, I don't know if I can play this deck. I struggle with decks like this because you're just like. Sometimes you don't.
You can.
Cards.
You just need to. The only complicated play is to hold priority when you fetch.
I can hold priority. I'm a master at holding priority.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, good stuff. Well, yeah. Thanks again, and I'll see you. I'm sure I'll see you. Sure, I'm sure online in our next battle. Are you in the? Maybe we'll be in the showdown against each other.
I don't qualify to the showdown. I didn't qualify in the whole year. I'm not doing great in the leagues.
Okay. Well, you're saving it all for the Swiss rounds. It's still pretty sick to see.
Okay, man. Have a good one.
Take care.
See ya.
All right. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. That was extremely fun. Yeah, Anton, good chatting with you. And good chatting with everybody who dropped in on chat. That ended up ramping up to like a ton of fun, so I'm super glad I did it. Maybe next month I only do it for the top 8, just because it was a long day for me. But love me some Premodern, and really love bringing the community together. Right? Like these events are just like so exciting. Like just Swiss 36 players, you can follow live, you can watch games, you can watch 2 games at once, which is pretty exciting. No time, sideboarding is super fast. But yeah, great stuff. Congrats to the top 8. Congrats again to Demian Verneri. Shout out to Pablo Marcos. He's still a master. Everyone, there's some real sickos playing online. Shout out to Black Yoshi for that mono black squeaking into the top 8, making sure mono black stays represented. Shouting out to all the haters. I just sick tournament, and just super glad to have everybody tune in. That's just like I don't know, super encouraging. Hopefully one of the days we'll get some weekend challenges. We'll get more production. I can run polls and stuff, and we can have casters and shifts, and bright future ahead. Really happy with the viewership, so thanks for telling your friends, and thanks for dropping a follow and doing all the good stuff. And that is me. Go listen to Spy Colony. Love Lanny.